Hello. Good morning. Well, we saw some exciting matches yesterday, and a lot of the top seeds had to make some pretty substantial comebacks to make it through the round of 32. But here we are. Most of the top seeds actually did end up winning. Bernal made a pretty large comeback against Lal. Street made a large comeback as well. Bailey, notably one of the top seeds that did get knocked out yesterday. McAllister as well. The 9 seed ends up losing to Han. But ultimately, I think almost all of the seeding from the Swiss kind of came through. Fleischer against Nickel was a pretty hard-fought match between two of the top American teams. We did watch that yesterday a little bit. And Fleischer came out ahead. So Fleischer's going to have a bit of a tough run if they do want to make it all the way to, through the next couple of rounds. They have Wademark, the 3 seed, who absolutely demolished their opponents. I guess it looks like there wasn't a concession, but winning by 115, I mean, more than doubling your opponent's score is a big deal. Hans almost accomplished that feat, winning by 107 in their match. I don't know. Okay, you know what? Someone said that Jan Martel had put up an article. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Let's see what matches we have available. I should have voted publicly. I should have voted at all. Otherwise, I can't see. Okay, let's select my 3 choices. We can watch Leibowitz, Wademark Fleischer, and Juster and Moyles. I think there's going to be a lot of votes for Zimmerman just because they're the current reigning champions. But all right, what have we actually got? Levine against Hans. Wow, that is not one of the ones I would have expected to do well. Nodenbelt against Bremark. Also, who voted in this thing? And Wademark against Fleischer. Fascinating. Okay. Not a lot of votes for Zimmerman, in fact. Well, relatively speaking. All right. So I guess these are going to be our options. Nodenbelt against Bremark. Let's see. Are tables up yet? No, not yet. So that is the Zia team up against, I can't actually tell, Bremark. It looks like Holt and some other players. Wademark against Fleischer. We saw Fleischer play the other day. Wademark obviously has some good pairs as well. I have the feeling that match might be a blowout in one direction or another. I don't really know why. There are a lot of US players on those 2 squads, but I just get the feeling that the Wademark, I think Wademark has a sponsor, that their sponsor is going to be significantly weaker than Fleischer, and so that could go one direction or another just based on volatile swings. And then Levine. So this is a bunch of the Australians and a bunch of the US players. That could be a fun match to watch. Maybe we'll start with that one. And I will be joined by Craig later today for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th segments. I guess he's going to be awake. He'll probably tune into the stream, maybe. I don't know. He might be here now already. But since he's staying with a bunch of other people and they might not be awake yet, he's on the West Coast, he will not be available for the first segment for, I think, the entire week. But yeah, he'll be joining me for segments 2 through 4 today. So another exciting day of action. And now we play the waiting game for when are the VuGraph tables going to pop up. What did I say? Levine against Hans? That'll probably be a popular match. I kind of expect Hans to run away with the match a little bit, but hey Ewan, good morning. Oh, I'm tired. I don't know. Long day yesterday. We'll see if I get a co-caster for the first set. It was nice of Larry to jump in yesterday, keep me company for at least a little bit. But I guess he's on his way to Atlanta, or maybe he's already there. So if you're in Atlanta, make sure to say hi to Larry. I slightly loopy. I mean, it was more than slightly loopy. I was way over the fence. It was fine, I'm sure. I guess it does often take a couple of minutes to get the VuGraph tables set up, especially if they don't have, well, as I say that, we're getting the tables ready. So Nunvelt versus Braymark. We're waiting for Levine against Hans. That's the one that I think I want to watch, at least for the first segment. And then maybe we'll check out some of the other matches throughout the rest of the day. So I guess people selected this match, Nunvelt against Braymark, just because Zia's playing. I think this is the Zia team, which makes sense. A lot of people want to see Zia play. But it might not be one of the closer matches of today's set. Still could be fun and entertaining, even if it's a blowout. Yeah, and then Fleischer against Wademark. So Wademark, of course, did very well in the Swiss, and then had a strong showing yesterday. And they do have a couple of fairly strong American pairs on the team. Of course, Kraniak and Demoy, who were on USA 1 for the most recent Bermuda Bowl, ending up getting to the round of 8. So they qualified out of the Swiss, but then were defeated by USA 2 in the quarterfinals. So they have a good team. I still think Fleischer, does quite well in all of these long matches. So they're still my pick. As I confirmed in my bracket is not doing very well on bridge winners. But it's okay. I still have all of my Final Four in. And that's really the important thing, right? They've run out of characters. It's just Nun Bell. Your bracket could be rescued if Fleischer loses today. Mostly because you picked nickel over them yesterday. Any minute now, I'm sure we'll see the other tables get set up. No faith in the old-timers, huh? Just always pick the up-and-comers on Wademark over any of the old American squads. That's a fair bet. I think in general, the members of the now disbanded Spectre team tend to have a pretty good record against some of the others. Yeah, McAllister was a disappointment in my bracket as well. I had them making it to the round of 8, losing to Leibowitz, I think. So I had a lot of faith in Matt Brown carrying the team on his shoulders. Do we know what happened to the Spectre team? I have no idea. I haven't seen Spectre in any of the events playing in this, so maybe Spectre is taking time off. I'm not sure. I didn't really ask anyone. I'm guessing that Gavin may have shared this at some point, or may be open to sharing it, but I just don't know. There wasn't a Bridge Winners thread about drama. Those do crop up for a lot of these things. Okay, seriously, where are the other tables? Hello? Are we getting like one table of Vugraph? Hold on, let me pop up the, not like this is going to say anything, but okay, 6 tables of round of 16 action, theoretically. I am stubborn. I'm going to wait for the match that I want to watch. I mean, my best guess based on Gavin is playing with a different partner in this event, and Spectre, I don't think, is playing, is that maybe Spectre just decided to take some time off at Bridge. Which, anyone can do that. They did quite well. I mean, it's not very common for someone to like win a team trials and then play in the Bermuda Bowl and then instantly disband. It's not like their Bermuda Bowl performance was bad. They got to the quarterfinals, which is much better than a lot of the teams who went. Like, it's completely different from, well, I know that has happened to Zia in the past. There have been times where Zia would go and win a world championship and then instantly get kicked from the team. And that to me is hilarious. Like, thanks for helping us win, but we never want to play with you again. Yeah, I think they've been pretty well accomplished over the past few years. I don't know how long they've been playing together. I mean, I don't recall if Spectre was the immediate sponsor after Fireman, because back when I was playing, their team was playing with the Fireman as the sponsor, Paul Fireman. So I guess Spectre came after that. They played for a few years. They won a couple of national titles or something, and then played the Bermuda Bowl once or twice. It seems like a pretty good career. All right, great. Now all the tables are disappearing. This is exactly what we want to see. We're going in the wrong direction, guys. I was hoping to go from like 2 tables to 4 or 2 tables to 6, but we've now gone from 2 to 1. Oh boy. And now we have 2 different matches of the same thing. Okay, Levine against Wademark. Is this what I said? No. I wanted to watch the... Wait, yes? Yes. I think this is what I said earlier. You know what? No one checked the tapes. I don't remember, but I think just to start doing something, let's go ahead and jump on into the first match of the day. All right, here we go. All right, but before I announce that I have made a massive blunder to the world, let's go ahead and turn my camera off here so that I can actually join the commentary. Cool, cool. Oh, gotta back out. Try again. Hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our round of 16 coverage of the Soloway knockouts. I'm your host, BradyBot, and I don't know if I have a co-caster for this first segment, but for the remainder of the day, I will be joined by Gans, Craig Ganser, as my co-caster for some of these matches. We have some exciting ones for you. Levine against Wademark is the one that I'm currently looking at and that we're all watching. And we don't know who's playing at this table yet, but obviously these are 2 very strong teams. Wademark ended up getting, I don't think a concession, but they ended up completely slaughtering their opponents in the round of 32 yesterday by over 100 imps in the 60 boards, which is a huge margin. So they're kind of looking like they might be one of the front runners for making it to the finals. Well, trying to get caught up on the auction here, East-West, after a statement auction and an invite, ended up reaching 4 hearts. Ooh, this is a good point that's being brought up to me, which is that Wademark is supposed to actually be playing against Fleischer currently. So something's off about the table that we're watching. Hopefully there's not too many interruptions. I know that we've had a little bit of difficulty getting the view graph set up over the course of the past few days. So how's Declare going to do in this contract? It looks like Declare might be coming up a trick short. North can rough this trick and exit the Jack of Diamonds, and South will eventually score the Queen of Diamonds. So 4 hearts down 1 looks like the result that's going to come through. Now, if North doesn't rough this trick, then Declare will be able to make it home on just a straight cross rough. North can pitch a spade, but Declare will be able to rough a spade, rough a diamond, and then rough another spade, as North has to continue following. So it is very important for North to rough here. Hopefully we get the nameplates to see who's actually sitting at the table. That will give us a better sense of what match we're following. but always a little bit of difficulty at the start of the day getting things set up and organized and bringing the coverage to you all so that everyone can watch. All right, nice decision by North here. Does rough. The spade return is not costly. I think a diamond return might have been a little bit more to the point, but this also is going to work out just fine. So the diamond queen will take trick 13, and could be a very flat board. I was, again, not here for the auction, so I'm not sure if East-West were a little bit aggressive. Looks like East might have been a little bit aggressive going through Stamen and then inviting when they found a 4-4 heart fit, but obviously the 4x1 shape, singleton diamond, makes the hand have a reasonable potential to actually make a game. On to board 2. Should see a couple of passes, and then West in third seat. Maybe depending on who the player is. We've talked a little bit about some of these no-trump openers in third seed, especially not vulnerable, that could kind of preempt the auction and stop the opponents from finding their fits or getting to game in particular cases. Ooh, okay. A little bit of an exciting opening bid in first seat here. East elects to preempt 2 spades, which wouldn't be everyone's choice on the 5-card suit, 5-3-3-2 distribution. But if it's in your arsenal that you and your partner agree you can have these types of hands for preempts, why not? Right? Again, the favorable vulnerability, this could easily steal the hand and steal the opponents out of finding the right fit for game or even getting to game. But West ends up passing, obviously not going to jeopardize a potential plus position by looking for more despite the 13 count with a bunch of controls, when East's hand could be as bad as this. West doesn't think there's any chance for game. North balances with 2-0. And South did have a bit of a decision. It's only 6 high card points, no aces and kings. But Queen 10 fourth of spades has become a little bit better in context. Often your partner's going to have 3-card spade suit over there for this 2 no trump bid. And so if North had something like ace third, then Queen 10 fourth would actually provide 2 extra tricks. You could cash the ace, lead low to the 10, get back to partner's hand, lead low to the queen, and score 3 tricks in the spade suit. So normally, you don't want to have length in the opponent's suit when they preempt. But in this case, I think South made a reasonable choice. And how many tricks does Declare have? Because a lot of things are lying favorably. The club lead looks best for the defense. The club finesse was always working, but now the defense can actually start developing some club tricks of their own. There's no immediate entry to South's hand. The diamonds are very favorable for Declare. If Declare was able to lead the queen of diamonds, West would cover and North would win the ace. But without the 8 of diamonds, Declare would then just have to play a diamond back to the jack and hope that the 10 falls, which it would. So that would have resulted in 4 diamonds. The club finesse would work as 2 clubs. There are 3 spades available. Declare has plenty of tricks if they get enough time, but I think this club opening lead and the fact that there's no real spade entry to South's hand, or no real entry to South's hand for the diamond finesse, is gonna spell defeat of the contract. But we'll see how North elects to handle it. Club to the king. Declares thinking about ducking this to maybe cut communications a little bit between the opponent's hands. But no, does elect to win the ace. And lead the king of spades. So what is East gonna do? Elects to duck. And now surely the jack of spades comes next. Continue working on the spade suit. It's worth noting the club suit is blocked currently. So the defense is going to have to do some untangling if they want to score all of their club tricks. But fortunately for them, West has a bunch of hard entries. North's still thinking about how to proceed. All right, leads the jack of spades. We'll see if East ducks again. Now, if East ducks again, Declare could overtake the jack with the queen to give this entry to dummy, and then work on the diamond suit. It would squander the ability to score a third spade trick, but it would give the necessary entry to pick up the diamonds for 4 tricks. Okay, East does duck again, and now we'll see if Declare does overtake. Declare doesn't know that they have this miracle diamond layout of King 10 doubleton on side, so it's not as crystal clear to them as it would be to us that we should be flying the queen of spades here and then lead the queen of diamonds, and now we have 4 diamond tricks. But Declare does find the play, overtakes with the queen. Now we'll see the queen of diamonds hit the table. West is going to have to cover, because if West plays the 10, it's almost just like conceding the entire position. Declare will now know that it's King 10 doubleton on side. So this does get Declare up to 8 tricks. And it kind of looks like Declare could make it from here if they play double dummy for the rest of the hand. I mean, maybe there's no alternative to hoping that the club suit is blocked. But due to the blockage in clubs now, Declare can take the diamond finesse, cash a handful of diamonds, and then lead a heart towards the queen. And West, who's sitting on the ace-king of hearts, if they duck, the queen of hearts represents Declare's 9th trick. If they win and play a club, Declare can hop up with the club queen to block the suit, and then continue setting up their heart trick while the club suit is still blocked. It's important for Declare not to cash too many diamonds, though, because East would be able to pitch some of their blocking clubs. So I think right now, if Declare leads a diamond to the jack, sees the 10 fall, they can make the hand by leading a low heart to the queen. Well, they definitely can from a double dummy perspective, but the real question is this going to be the line of play they choose? They've now seen East show up with a 5-card suit for the preempt. Obviously, 2 spades was alerted. So this all kind of makes sense. But there is a decision to make. We know that East has the last diamond. West would not have discarded or played the 10 of diamonds here under the jack if they had another one. And because East has led a low club, we know East is limited to 2 hearts. Oh, here it is, low heart towards the queen. I was going to say, it's possible Declare could cross their own hand and lead a low heart to the jack instead of leading towards the queen immediately. All right, moment of truth, right? Because well, moment of truth went by very quickly. Yeah, it's just very difficult for Declare to know that the club suit is exactly Jack 9 third and that it's blocked. It might have been their only chance. Yeah, it very well may have been their only chance to block the club suit. Because you know West has the ace of hearts, and if you duck a club and win the next club, you know West has at least 4 clubs. East isn't 5-5. Just due to a count on the hand, right? East is turned up with 3 diamonds and 5 spades and at least 1 heart. So East has at most 4 clubs. So I think this plan of not hopping up with the club queen is just effectively playing for a defensive mistake. Which could happen. I mean, East might try and cash the spade ace right now if they're a bit worried that that trick could go away. That would set up Declare's 9th trick and the 10 of spades. So the hand's definitely not over. I think West might have made the defense a little bit easier on their partner if they had returned something like the 8 of clubs here, as opposed to the 3. That would then let East know that it would be safe to just continue clubs. But I think East has to know the diamond position. East has to know the layout of the clubs because West played the king of clubs at trick 1, not the queen. So East should be able to count that if they cash the spade ace, Declare just has 9 tricks. 2 more diamonds. The 2 of diamonds, very important unblock that Declare made back on trick, a couple of tricks ago when they led the 7 of diamonds to the jack. So they've preserved a 4th round diamond entry to the south hand. So East needs to continue this 9 of clubs. It looks to me, and you can start to get into some of the psychology of what the players are doing. East won the jack of clubs. They, of course, could have won the 9. Normally, you're supposed to play the lowest among equals. So I'm wondering if East is thinking that Declare might actually have a club guess. And that's why they're worried about playing back this 9 of clubs. But hopefully they'll work out the right defense. I mean, I'm not rooting for anyone. I think this has been a good defense so far. and despite Declare's best efforts, they slipped up a little bit at the end. So this could have been a huge swing. We see the result in the other room, 2 diamonds north making 3. If 3 no trump had come home here, that would have been a juicy 9 imps or so, going the way of 9 or 10 imps, I guess, going the way of whoever the north-south squad is. We're still not sure if the teams are right. Well, one of the teams is definitely wrong, so it's Levine against someone, maybe. I'm hearing that Larry Cohen is doing some voice at the other table, and David Berkowitz is playing over there. So good effort by Declare. Slipped up a little bit at the end. I'm not exactly sure what he was playing for by ducking that second club. Maybe just essentially trying to avoid going down too many. Because obviously if you hop up with the club queen and then continue a second heart, because we've already established you can't cash diamonds, East would pitch their blocking club, you could end up going down 2 or down 3, depending on the layout of the club suit. So it is a little bit risky. All right, here we go. So it looks like it is Levine against Hans is the match that we're watching. East-West for the Hans team, North-South for Levine, and Wibley playing with Edgeton, I believe. They're a partnership from New Zealand, if I'm right. New Zealand or Australia, one of those countries in the Pacific. And I've kind of familiarized myself a little bit with some of these Australian-New Zealand partnerships. There was a recent Australian Open Teams trial where a lot of these players were playing. And they do have very exciting systems, like that 2-spade preempt by East on the previous board, not something that we frequently see in America, or a lot of other countries for that matter, but is very popular over there to have these kind of destructive preempts, and frequently open with 5-card suits at the 2 level. All right, here we go. 2 clubs, strong. 2 diamonds waiting, 2 no trump, showing, I guess, 22 to 24. West does have 22, but it's very prime, although 4 triple 3. East raises to 3 now. And I imagine we'll see a spade lead from North. Generally, you want to be leading from 5-card suits against 3 no-trump contracts because, I mean, for starters, you just have an option to take the first 5 tricks. This time a little bit less likely, given that North has so many values. North has 9 highs. There's a strong bid on his right, but he does get off to the spade lead, which doesn't give anything away, but hasn't really helped to establish tricks yet. Although maybe the important thing that the spade lead is doing is it's beginning to strip that entry to the long clubs in East's hand. That queen of spades otherwise could have been used to get over to the 4th and 5th clubs after Declare knocked out the king and queen of the suit. So how many tricks does Declare have off the top? 3 spades, 1 heart, 1 club, and 2 diamonds. Comes to 7. Declare could establish a 8th trick in the diamond suit, given that it splits 3-2. But I'm really not seeing any attempt to get a 9th trick. Wow. The other table made 10 tricks in no trump on this board. Although they were only defending 2 no trump. So the defense maybe got a little bit careless in scoring their tricks. Okay, reasonable start from Declare, going after the club suit. So, South has a choice here. Do you want to overtake the Queen of Clubs to put either spade or a heart through? Or do you want to let your partner win and just, I guess in that case, you would be content with them continuing spades? The nice thing about playing the club jack is that North will know that the clubs are now stranded if he continues another spade. So playing the jack would effectively clarify the layout of the club suit to North, which could be important. But obviously, as South, we want to be leading through the strong hand. So he does overtake the Queen of Clubs with the king, and now has to decide. All right, he does just play back a spade. Makes some sense. But, you know, with all this said, I think North's discard is very important here. Okay, North pitches a heart. It is an encouraging heart. But South does need to switch to hearts here to beat the contract, because otherwise Declare can win the ace of spades and then play 3 rounds of diamonds, establishing a dummy entry as well as keeping North off lead. Oh, and South does find the heart switch. Devastating. Still not over yet, but that 2 of hearts, most of the American pairs play attitude switches. Oh no! The contract has come home. Wow. I was going to credit North-South for a very nice defense. This was not an easy hand to defend. But yeah, North needed to continue hearts after heart went to his jack. It was a strong play by West, that 10 of hearts play. If West had just kind of lazily played the 9 of hearts, it would start to look as if Declare might not have the ace-queen. But the 10 of hearts, you know, North can get lulled in this false sense of, well, West has a strong hand. They probably have the... Wait, what just happened? Oh no! And now Declare has countered by ducking the second round of diamonds. Oh, what a roller coaster ride this hand was. So ultimately ending up down 2. And 9 imps going the way of Levine on that one. Had an opportunity there to make a game swing his direction if he had pulled that one off. A very difficult defense. I was thinking when South switched the 2 of hearts as opposed to a high heart, that should indicate to his partner that it's safe to return the suit. That's, I think, a frequently utilized convention, at least for a lot of American pairs. I know Wold and Levine are a little bit older, so maybe that's more of a younger generation concept. But either way, 3 no trump does go down ultimately. And so Levine takes the lead in the match. West here opening 2 diamonds. This, I think, is a little more typical from what you might see amongst, the entire field in this event. I'm curious whether or not anyone knows if boards are duplicated throughout the set or throughout all the matches yet, or if they don't start being duplicated until we get down to like 8 or 4 teams remaining. I really don't know. But 2 diamond preempt, North makes a takeout double. East has redoubled, which I think generally, at least in the Americas, this redouble would be like penalty oriented against the takeout doubler. You have a hand that probably has a decent number of high cards and frequently not a great fit with your partner, maybe a doubleton, but you'll have kind of the majors completely wrapped up. And so it doesn't look like that's what's going on here. It looks like the redouble from East might be some sort of natural redouble. Like, I have diamond support and I'm happy to compete in a diamond contract. Well, what is South gonna do? Okay, South bids 2 now. Oh. I take this back. Maybe redouble, it was intended as this. I have some values and I'm interested in penalizing them. This is very exciting, and this is what I've grown to see from a lot of these New Zealand pairs. I think they're from New Zealand. Where we just don't see this kind of bidding all that often in the Western Hemisphere. Okay, so yeah, maybe redouble was some sort of psych. I think that's now closer to where my head's at on this one. And it looks like it worked. I mean, 3 diamonds doubled would have gone down a massive amount. The opponents can pull a couple rounds of trumps, take a few clubs, and eventually score a couple of spades. But 3 diamonds undoubled, add that to the 4 hearts that was bid in the other room, making 5, and East-West have earned themselves quite a nice little result here on this board.
Good morning, Rob. This is Dan Sprung. How are you?
Hello. Hey, Danny.
I'm having a little trouble getting on. I didn't realize I needed to go through Chrome instead of Safari.
No worries. Well, welcome to the broadcast. Happy to have someone else joining me.
Yeah, doing it by yourself is no fun. It's more fun. I was watching the back and forth on that 3-0 hand. That was pretty.
Yeah, it was wild. Lots of opportunities for both sides, but I wonder who should have done something more from north-south on this deal. Do you have any ideas?
So let me just see the board. I don't really know what 2-0 trump was by South. Was that natural?
That's a very good question.
I mean, it feels like I would want to just bid 3 clubs there and get my suit in, because you know you're not going to get to play 2-0 trump after the start. And Perhaps Wald needs to join the redoubling crew here. One West doubles 2-0 Trump. I'm not sure what that was either, but he does have an ace more than he might have had, and a well-positioned king and 1 diamond for 3-0 Trump. If that's actually partnership and diamond stopper, that doesn't really matter. But yeah, I think Eddie needed to make another bid.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Unless he thought 2-0 was some sort of Lebensol, or was just showing a bad hand, and he was just happy to be out of the
right. I mean, it's possible that they just weren't on firm ground about the 2-0 Trump bid over the redouble.
I'm not sure I'd be on firm ground about it either.
That's a fair point. So, yeah.
It makes sense to have an agreement where if you don't know what's going on, assume that the opponents have not bid, and have all your bids mean the same thing as they would have. So here, 2-0 Trump was probably Lebensol from Eddie's point of view. That's why he sold out.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a double-digit swing to Waldemar.
It's going to be Hans. They have the team names wrong. I don't know why.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was wondering, Waldemar didn't make sense.
No. This is the Hans team, the Australians.
Right. Yeah, I've played against some of these guys. I went to the Gold Coast for 2 years and met and played against some of the better Australians, and they're quite active. They're not easy to play against. They're not just sit in your chair kind of players. They're in there, as you can see with that somewhat raggedy weak 2 diamond bid at vulnerable by Edge.
Yeah, well, that's I think a very sound preempt for them in comparison with the second board of this set, the 2 spade opener.
Let me go
back.
Well, that was
it was favorable, but yeah. but that is very common from them. So
yeah, that fits in with my recollection that they're active players, are not easy to play against. They put you under pressure on as many boards as they can. And
yeah, and I think for a lot of the American players, it's a little bit of a cold shower on some of these deals where you're just losing 10 imps and you don't know what you did wrong because the opponents are preempting you out of these games that your teammates are just not opening at the other table.
True. So it's interesting to see Levine back playing. The rumor was that he was going to step down from competitive bridge. He's definitely getting up in there in years and has some major sight issues, which make actually playing a lot harder for him. But he's back in with. I see Mexroth and Berkowitz at the other table. Who's the third pair for this team?
For Levine, I think it is. Is this Zia and David Gold, or is that a different team? I don't remember.
Zia and David Gold are playing with a different team. I'll go.
Yeah, I'm not certain who the third pair is.
And I'll go find it on the Bridge Winners site.
Great. Well, North-South still entitled to 2 spades, assuming they don't break the suit for a declare. And South can always get out with his small diamond after winning the ace. So, looks like we're going to be seeing down 2.
Yeah, that'll keep the losses in the single digits. The third pair is Bathurst.
Zagorin. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Bathurst and Hurd, maybe?
Yeah, they were regulars on the old Warren Spector team, but Warren also was rumored to be stepping down from high-level bridge, and he seems to have taken that seriously.
All right, Declare has done his best to try and create an end play. If the singleton ace of diamonds was now in South, then he would have to lead a spade, but it is not to be. So 2 down, and is this 9 imps?
9. I think it's 9.
But that means Hans, not Waldmark, is 10 imps, is going to retake the lead. They're now up by 8. 4 boards in, we've seen 26 imps of swings. This is pretty common from the Australian bridge or New Zealand bridge, from what I've seen. So in Northcombe Pass, we'll see East open a heart on his 11 count. Looks like North-South are not going to get involved in this auction. And where are East-West going to end up? Might just be a no trump.
It feels like
yeah,
no trump.
A heart, a spade, a no trump, all pass.
Edgerton might get optimistic with his nice fitting queen of hearts and ace king 10 fourths. It can be a mini source of tricks and spades. He might boost the no trump to 2, but Wibbly will definitely let it go there.
Things lie very favorably for Declarer and no trump. I mean, King of Hearts is on side, the Jack of Hearts falls, Queen Jack third of spades is in the pocket, Ace of Diamonds on side, King of Clubs on side.
That's pretty much all 4 suits are sitting about it.
Yeah.
Even the diamonds are 4-3 in case, because that's the potential source of tricks for North-South. If, say, South had Ace Jack 10 fifth or Queen Jack 10 fifth of diamonds and North had Ace of 1, that could be a 4 diamonds and a side trick for a 5th trick against no trump.
Well,
when a trump did play their table and
made 4. Yep. So how'd they get there? I mean, I imagine the same auction, a heart, a spade, and no trump, all pass. Meckstroth and Berkowitz sitting over there against Hans and Hung.
Yeah, Edgerton made the more normal pass. It is a non-vulnerable game as well, so reaching for those is not as valuable as a game. You basically need a full 50-50 to make it profitable to bet 3 no trump. And sometimes when you invite 2 no trump goes down.
Yep.
There's no guarantee that 2 no trump would have made on these cards for sure. So
yeah, definitely. I mean, you start with 4 top tricks, so it's a far shot from being able to get 7 already.
Yeah.
Well, that's the new school theory in bridge, right? 2 opening hands should have play for 1 no trump.
Yes. Yeah, the old theory was 2 opening hands make a game and 2 opening no trumps make a slam. Now it's 2 opening no trumps make a part score. 2 opening bids make a part score and 2 opening no trumps make a game.
Okay, interesting opening lead decision from South. Didn't want to lead either of the majors because those were the suits bid by the opponents, and likes to go with his stronger minor suit, King 10 third, as opposed to Queen third.
Yeah, I might have tried the Queen of Spades. I mean, it's certainly easy to imagine a partner having Ace 10 9 fourth over the King and dummy, or the King fourth with the Ace empty fourth and the dummy. So that's sort of such a situation. There's no reason to believe that a 4-card spade suit there is going to be especially strong. And the minor suits are sort of a guess as to which one might be profitable, and neither one of them is especially attractive to lead from. Not that spades is that great either. We've all led the Queen of Spades here and seen the King 10 fourth coming down the dummy, and Declarer wins the ace and scoops up 4 tricks.
Yeah, but sometimes you just have to pick a suit and gamble on it that this is your source of tricks, especially depending against 1 no trump. It would be different if the opponents were in 2-no or 3-no in the south hand, then maybe a more passive lead and hope you get a couple of hearts, a spade, a club, and a diamond or something to beat it.
There really is no passive lead from that south hand. Just sort of. I remember in my early days of bridge thinking when I picked up a hand like this and trying to distill what a textbook would say I should lead, and thinking, they never had hands like this in the textbooks. There's always a much easier lead to make. There's nothing that says how you lead when you have 4 unappealing choices.
Yeah. Well, Declare is spending some time thinking on this first trick. I mean, obviously, if they pop the Queen of Clubs and it gets covered, that's not great news for them. So it could be a little bit more appealing to just duck this around to the ace and preserve that queen.
That would probably be my instincts, but, yep, he goes the same way. It does start on hearts. I was trying to put myself in Wibbly's shoes and see which major suit I would be attacking next.
Yeah, hearts looks natural, but a real question would have been, if South pops king, do you unblock? Because you might have no entries back to East hand if you don't.
Sure.
Although with South ducking, now Queen of Hearts holds. So we're up to 5 tricks.
Still not clear. I mean, if he takes a losing heart finesse, say, it's not clear that he'll ever even see the ace of hearts in his hand. So that's probably, a low spade seems safer in that it doesn't burn any entries and sets up a full trick if spades are 3-3 or North has like an honor doubleton and flies. Or North has an honor doubleton and doesn't fly.
Yeah. Well, South wins the spade jack, which I think is probably the wrong card to play, mostly because would North really be ducking in swift tempo if they had the Queen of Spades here when Declare leads away from the Ace King?
Yeah, good point. Now things are going to be much easier for Declare. They've set up his King of Diamonds. And I'll soon be emerging with a million tricks.
Yeah, Declare is also probably pretty confident at this point that King of Clubs is on side. South got in and didn't continue the club suit after that first trick.
Yeah, well, he's ducked a Jack of Diamonds, so the defense now can take a 4th trick and win an imp. They made one.
Yeah. And those dims do actually add up. I was having a talk with Chris Lincoln about this a few weeks back, where he had mentioned that in these Swiss formats, you just do your best to guarantee your contract, don't care about over tricks. In these long matches of 60 boards, or even 2-day matches, 120 boards, these over trick imps actually do add up, so you can start to tend to play a little bit more like match points in some of these contracts, be very aggressive about getting the over tricks. Still don't risk your contract, but...
yeah, sure. Levine didn't choose the cash out route. He'll still get his. I don't think Declare has enough tricks anyway at this point. He's got 3 more spades is 6, a heart is 7.
Yeah, I think it's going to be 8 tricks. It looks like he can cash 3 spades, the ace of hearts, and lead a club. Or just lead a club up immediately, but this will be his 8th trick. So.
Yeah, I mean, there was a hand on Bridge Winners yesterday where somebody went down the contract because they tried to cross the dummy to take a second winning trump finesse, and the suit that they tried to cross in was 7-0, and the suit that they had, the opponents had led, he had ace-1 opposite stiff king, was, I guess it was 9-1. And I mean, some of the commentators were not sympathetic to going down in this game. If I lose an imp because one, and the opponents have never been. If I lose an imp because one suit's 7-0 and the other one's 9-1, and they've never bid, I'll just go on with my life and say, all right, that's just, one of those things. And, the common expression is, well, we've all lost a match by one imp. I've also lost at least 2 matches I recall in overtime, so that in another situation where one imp would have kept me out of the overtime. So just giving up those imps doesn't seem like a good thing to me.
I agree.
All right.
Well, 2 imps go the way of Levine. And on to board 6. So East has... Let me try and pull up the convention cards. Because I don't recall their no-trump ranges. But I know that a lot of these pairs will play a fairly weak no-trump, even as weak as 8 to 10 at certain vulnerabilities. Not here where they're unfavorable, but this might...
not here in the ACBL.
Okay, not in the ACBL either. But this could be a no-trump opener for East-West, depending on their range.
There's one club and they alerted. I'm guessing they might be playing some sort of transfer Walsh kind of system. We'll find out in a second on Edge to the bids. If they are, he will not be able to bid 1 diamond. He'll have to show diamonds by 1 spade or 2 clubs, I'm guessing. Yeah, 1 spade. So they are playing a transfer Walsh style here. So 1 diamond would have likely been a normal 1 heart response. 1 heart would have been a 1 spade response, and then 1 spade often acts as a multi-way bid. Could be a balanced no trump, could be some sort of single suited diamond hand of some sort.
East-West have done well in the other room to reach 3 no trump with 13 opposite 9.
They did not reach 3 no here.
Yeah, so this looks like a swing going the way of Levine again.
So is 3 no trump an excellent
contract?
No,
but it's a vulnerable game. The diamonds can come home.
So 2, 3... Yeah, if the diamonds behave, you have 9 fairly easy winners, and the opponents have no way of getting 5. If they don't behave, it's the kind of hand that could easily fall apart and end up down 2 or 3. So one of those, it's a theoretically attractive 3 no trump because you do win 10 imps when you make it, but these 3 no's when you go down 3, when the suit breaks poorly, as it probably would here, you will often lose 7 or 8 or 9 as opposed to just the 6 that normally loses. Now on. That Jack 10 doubleton of diamonds is a very welcome sight for the 3 no trump bidders.
Oh, well, I'm sure that in the other room, David Berkowitz wouldn't have gone without the 9 of diamonds.
Yeah.
But it might just have been the Mexstroth effect. David was not going to let his partner play 2 no trump.
Yeah, so did we see what the Archer was?
Yeah, East opened a club, South came in with a spade. As we've said, some of these hyper-aggressive bids and overcalls. 2 diamonds from West, responsive double from North, and East bid 2 no trump.
Yeah, Berkowitz has the sort of hand that doesn't want to play exactly 2 no trump. For sort of the reasons I was talking about, where if the diamonds are running, you're going to have 9 tricks a lot of the time. If they're not running, 2 no won't be making either, so he'd be just down an extra 1.
Yeah, he could have retreated to 3 diamonds if he wanted, but
yeah,
he went big for the game and it worked out.
Yep.
So declare here in 1 no going after the diamond suit, kind of the same way that I imagine it happened in the other room, and has now found the friendly Jack 10 doubleton of diamonds on side, but Wibbly is not going to be happy about this.
Yeah, I'll be nervously laughing at it. That's sort of my reaction. Like, oh, that's funny. That's funny. That's such a nice holding there.
Yeah. So diamonds are set up. Declare does just have 9 tricks at this point. It's possible that he'll get a 10th if North goes after hearts to try and set up some tricks here. But still going to be quite a large swing going the way of Levine, who will retake the lead once again. All right, this hard discard from South is probably going to put North off of attacking hearts. We might see the Queen of Clubs switch.
I was just wondering if Wald can envision a way where actually he actually defeats Trump here.
Okay, he says no. Let's just set up partner spades and let Declare run his diamonds. You know, oddly enough, Declare could have just ducked this in both hands, and North would once again be forced to choose between the round suits.
Mm-hmm. He did.
Oh, I meant not play the 10 of spades, because then South the spades are blocked.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, he just ducked the spade to break the spade communication. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, if Declare does want to get super greedy, he could lead a heart up towards the jack, cash a couple diamonds, pitching a club and a heart, and lead a heart up.
Yeah, and the hard iron does figure to be onside, and if he's wrong, he's only risking an extra over trick. He's not risking his contract.
Yeah, he's already 8 tricks in.
I think the hard king is a very heavy favorite to be in North.
Yep.
Based on the Queen of Hearts at trick 2 or 3 when he let off the dummy.
Yeah, so he'll probably take that inference and go for the extra trick. Again, as you say, not risking the contract, and there it is.
I think that's actually worth an imp, too.
Yeah.
That's 420 where yeah. So he holds the losses to 9. Yeah, it's worth noting, even though you're in a contract you have this feeling like you're going to lose a bunch of imps, not to give up, because the way the imp scale works, there's often a trick available, an imp available, even if the comparison is 9 versus 10 or 8 versus 9,
right,
or whatever.
Well, now 37 imps over 6 boards. We're averaging more than 6 imps a board.
Well, they have been swing potentially kind of boards with a little bit of extra stuff going on with the preempts and such. So North will open a diamond, East will make a takeout double.
Yep.
South will raise diamonds in some aggressive fashion. Not sure whether he'll hit 2 now or 3 diamonds or something else.
Yeah, let's see. Do they have a mixed raise available in the minor?
Most pairs use some sort of 2-no trump here as a raise of some sort, since you don't really need that in a natural sense. The natural balance invitation hands can start with a redouble.
Looks like they don't have a mixed raise available. So South just has to decide between 2-no trump or... I'm not sure what the alternative is. 3 diamonds is weak.
Okay, well, yeah, some people, in the old days would flip their meanings of 2-no and 3 diamonds, and 3 diamonds would be the stronger one, and 2-no would be the weaker one. But
I'm just going based off of the card that I see for them.
yeah. So whatever number of diamonds, whether it's 2-no or 3 diamonds or whatever, the focus will be on Wibbly as to whether or not he wants to take a second call with his. He's got an attractive hand. He's got 15 points, a nice 5-card suit. He only has 3 hearts, though, so that's a little problematic, especially if partner is, say, 4-4 in the majors with a very poor hand. They're going to lean towards choosing hearts first, which might influence him to not compete here.
Well, if South's showing values, I think East might give up when 3 diamonds comes back around. Yeah. Now, North hasn't given up yet. Okay, North has given up.
Yeah, I think that, well, I don't know whether this view graph operator is putting both in bids at the same time. Doesn't look like they are. So I think that might, he did go for the second double. So Edgerton will take this to 3 spades. Now, Wall knows his side likely has a 10-card diamond flip. The opponents are figured to only have 8 or 9 spades. Does it pay to bid 4/3 with that sort of shape?
Yeah, very, very close decision, I guess, at imps. The king of clubs is probably not a very good value. The king of spades is probably not a very good value.
Yeah, he does go for the 4th diamond. I think that should end proceedings pretty quickly.
Yeah, I can't imagine South wants to act. His hand is pretty flat. And West is certainly not going to take another stab at it.
I think on the actual hand, this was the winning choice.
Yeah, 3 spades can definitely make. I mean, on the surface, there's only 3 losers in a spade contract, but with West having no entry, I believe Declarer actually has to lose an extra trick.
Well, they certainly can engineer a club ruff, because Declarer can't get to his hand. Oh, yeah, Declarer can't get to his hand in time to draw to take the spade finesse if you lead a club.
Yeah.
So you can surely get 2 hearts, a diamond, and a club ruff for 4. If he leads the club at trick 1, can he get the 2 ruffs?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, that would have defeated 3 spades if that's the case.
That's a difficult lead. But 4 diamonds looks like it's probably off 1. Although, no, I guess not.
No.
There's no way for West to get in once again. So Declarer can just set up the 4th heart to pitch a spade.
So here we do have an example where East-West did put a little more pressure on North-South, whereas many pairs would have sought 3 diamonds. They did not, so now Walton's in a somewhat precarious for diamond contract.
Right, yeah. And he can definitely make it if he figures out what to do in the heart suit. Here, with the suit 3-3, he's not going to have any problems. But oftentimes East is going to be 4-4 in the majors, like 4-4-1-4 shape. So he would have to guess, do I play ace king of hearts, trying to drop an honor doubleton? Do I lead the 10 of hearts, and when East covers, I duck it after eliminating the clubs. Maybe East is end played into leading a major. He has a lot of options.
Yeah, I think if he can strip the clubs, he can just play king of hearts and a heart to his 10, and East will be down.
Oh, that's probably an even better play. That looks like 100% to me. So, yeah, just pull the second trump, rough the club, heart to the king, heart to the 10. East is end played in 3 suits.
And that seems like what he's doing. He seems to have played the actual diamond spots in a somewhat strange way, because now he's not going to have flexible entries to both hands with his diamonds. But it's not going to matter.
I'm glad you pointed that out. I'm a huge fan of these technical things that you can do to give yourself a little bit of extra flexibility.
Well, the theory is if you end up with a singleton trump, you don't want it to be the highest one. You want it to be sort of a middleish one, so you can win that trick in either hand.
Absolutely.
And it's quite possible that the view-graph operator didn't get the exact spots right, but
this is a really nice play by East, actually. That Jack of Hearts, in case West happened to have 10-9 third, he would have then been able to unblock the queen under the ace later, and his partner would have been able to get in for a spade through.
Yeah.
Good try. But 4 diamonds made.
All right, nice 130 for Levine.
So about halfway through this set. Whoa!
2 clubs down, 3 in the other room.
Oh no, they had a misunderstanding.
Yeah.
Now,
South transferred to diamonds over a diamond double, and North did not read it as such.
Yeah, now Hans used to play a lot with Peter Gill, and now is in a new partnership. So these sort of misunderstandings will happen when you're playing with a new partner.
So Etchins opens a club. Wald will, I figured he would go 3 spades here. Now Whibley has an interesting problem because he's got sort of good values but no 4 hearts, and yet he's not going to pass. Double is not exactly clear-cut action with his hand.
Right, but oftentimes your biggest target here is 3 no trump, and you can't just bid 4 diamonds and bypass it. And as you say, like if you're gonna pass with this 10 count or 11 count over here, then you might just get blown out of the auction.
Yep.
So he's happy to see his partner bid 3 no as opposed to 4 hearts.
Very happy. Although his hand isn't exactly terrible for 4 hearts. He does have a picture partner with like king, queen, jack, 4 hearts, and king and a diamond or something like that, where it does have the double in spades, so the rough could be coming in the shorthand. It's not a disaster.
Yeah, I have played some 3-3 fits this way, I'm sure. West is sitting on a doubleton spade and king, queen, third of hearts and says, let's play 4 hearts. Well, so what do we lead as North? You don't really expect a spade lead to work out very often.
Yeah, you need spades to be 7-2-2, or you do have a potentially sneak entry in the queen diamonds. Like on this hand, declare might easily misguess the diamonds, but that only gets you. You still haven't set up and run the spades yet.
So how many tricks does Declare have? They have 2 spades, they have 2 clubs, they have a heart, and 4 diamonds would get them up to 9. So it might make more sense to knock out the ace of clubs first, because we have to do that. Like lead a club to the jack, and then eventually hook North for the diamond queen, because North would be the dangerous entry at that point if they were able to set up spades.
Well, yeah, but if he knocks out the club, declarer might suspect that there's a chance that spade or six too. But if he knocks out the club, they're not even going to be able to play another spade.
And then he'll just have a diamond guess for an over trick.
Yeah, a diamond guess that he figures to get wrong, but.
So that seems reasonable to me. Win the king of spades in hand and lead a low club to the jack.
He's winning the dummy. Low club from south hand. So here she does a line of winning the spade in hand and leading club towards the jack gains huge when North had us to face, for example.
Okay.
That's not something I expected.
I think he's still okay. And he probably expects that spades are 7-1. So South is like pseudo end played on this trick. I mean, you win the heart and you can't play back a heart, otherwise that blows a trick. I mean, it's a little worrisome. If declarer were to misguess that, let's say South had the queen third of diamonds right now, South could just go after hearts, play back a heart, it loses a trick, but that's okay. Then gets in with the club ace and then plays another heart. Declarer now has to guess diamonds to make his contract.
Is that really the case? Oh yeah, because he would lose two hearts, a club, a diamond, and a spade.
Yeah. And if instead he goes after diamonds first and misguesses, South could play back a heart and then get in with the club ace, or North gets in with the spade ace, plays a club to South, and South runs the hearts.
For those of you watching, this is all very hypothetical.
Yes. That's how I think about it. I try and put myself in the player's perspective, single dummy. I mean, double dummy, it looks like declarer's probably going to be safe.
Well, the fact that both black suits are blocked.
Yeah.
There's no communication between the north and south hands. It's going to be hard for them to both set up and cash 5 tricks in this hand.
I mean, what do we do as South here? Okay, he does return a heart. I think this is probably the best chance for the defense. Yeah, because now if declarer plays diamond to the ace, diamond to the 10, I think he's going to go down.
On that variation, does Wold need to refrain from cashing his spade?
Yeah, I mean, maybe declarer can still do it if he guesses clubs are 5-1. Because he'll have 4 diamonds, a club, 2 hearts, and 2 spades then.
Right, yeah, it's still the problem of the fact that the black suits are blocked.
Yeah. So maybe this looks scary, but it's possible Edgerton has just worked all this out. I mean, I'm sure he has worked all this out faster than me, and he's realized that even if North is able to win the diamond queen and play a third heart, that means clubs have to be 5-1 because he has a full count on the distribution.
Right, yeah, makes sense. But once again, assuming that spades were 7-1, not 6.
Yeah.
If spades were 6-2, that would imply that Wald was 6-3, 2-2. I don't see. If Wald did have 6 spades on this hand, he would have a side 4-card suit of some
Right.
flavor. He wouldn't be 6-3, 2-2 or 6-3, 3-1 even.
Well, a big swing possible. Now going the way of Hans, if they do make 3-0. Other table played 4 diamonds down 1.
Let's see how the auction went there. So Berkowitz opened 1 diamond.
Mm-hmm.
And now over the 3 spade bid, Mexstroth just tried 4 diamonds. He didn't chance the negative double.
Yeah.
Somewhat interesting because, as you point out, the negative double really is aiming towards 3-0 trump. And like I said earlier, the 4-3 heart fit may not be bad, and it could always have just gone back to 5 diamonds if partner did choose 4 hearts. The power of the preempt.
Yeah. And it's a little bit different from this table where the opening bid was a club, which might be a little bit nebulous in their system. But when Mexstroth knows he has a diamond fit, he became a little bit more inclined to support his partner's suit rather than chance the negative double.
Are Berkowitz and Mexstroth playing standard? I would have
No,
assumed.
they're playing standard. They have had many discussions about precision, and they are incompatible.
That's fascinating because they both are precision players for 30 or 40 or 50 years, depending on which one of them. And they couldn't come up with a way that they could play precision together, so that they're playing as
right. They just had too many completely different ideas about how precision should be played in a bunch of auctions, and so they said, nope, let's just play standard American or something, or 2/1.
That's amazing. Well, and you have 2 great players. Many people think system is overrated anyway. If you just play a system that you're both compatible with and know well, system doesn't really matter as much as the other skills in bridge.
Okay.
So we played a deck. Now the Jack of Clubs.
Yeah, let me think about this. Well, if South has Queen third of diamonds, I think Declare is going down because South could go Ace of Clubs club, setting up all of his clubs, and there's no longer an entry to, well, South has ducked the Jack of Clubs.
No longer an entry to what?
To take the diamond finesse. If it had gone Ace of Clubs club and South actually had Queen third of diamonds originally.
Oh, I see. Yeah, right. Yeah. Here he's got the diamonds right. Everything's hunky dory.
Yeah, looks like.
He can knock out the spade and pick the rest, right?
Yeah, it does look like all of the rest. That Ace of Clubs goes away now. 11 tricks and 11 imps going the way of Hans.
Mm-hmm. Once again, that extra 430 to 460 was worth an extra imp too. Whoever created the imp scale was very, very clever in where they put the break.
They must have been a match point player.
There's so many spots where that extra trick does matter, even though you're in that 10-11 range. This is wrong.
Well, 58 imps through 8 boards now. We're still well above our 6 or 7 imp average per hand.
So Wald will open a club, looking to respond to spade.
Yeah, and West has a decision to make, right? Do you come in with a no trump?
Yeah. Against active players, you sort of have to come in with a no trump there, because otherwise they're just stealing from you too often. I don't know that Wald and Levine would qualify as being as active that you would need to bid a no trump with this sort of hand.
No, but I think that some of the these New Zealand partnerships just can't help themselves. They're so used to playing against everyone who bids all the time on nothing that that systemically they just have to bid with this West hand.
I mean, the stakes are the highest because you're at unfavorable.
Right.
If they do catch you speeding, it's going to be ugly. If they steal from you, it's going to be ugly. You know, it could be double digits either way. Here, I think a no trump's just going to end the auction pretty quickly. Well, Walden's thinking about coming back in with 2 clubs. Is that possible?
It's possible. He does have a good club suit, and he does make the bid.
I'm assuming that double is a negative double. So now East-West will head towards 2 diamonds. But Levine might bid a 3rd club. He's not expecting partner to only have 5 clubs.
Yeah, I think Wold's idea is that maybe this is a part score hand because he has a little bit extra. His partner responded, and if we're ever going to get competitive here, I need to start showing my suit.
So 1 no trump by North, and the other room made 1. So that, I guess that means Berkowitz did not overcall us.
Well, 1 no trump was the first and only bid in the auction.
Yeah. Levine does try 3 clubs here. So how's clubs going to fare? Spade, 3 hearts, diamond to lose, it seems. Feels like 3 clubs is going to go down 1.
Yeah. It might depend on the defense. I mean, if East leads a diamond at trick 1, then Declare can set up a discard for their spade.
Oh, true.
And East might be tempted to lead a trump against this.
A 10 of diamonds is a big card.
Yeah. The only reason that a spade lead would beat it is that Declare doesn't have a quick entry to the south hand to utilize a spade discard.
Right. Spade seems very unnatural on this auction, however. I'm thinking he's going to lead a trump. Even though you sort of suspect that you might be taking Declare's finesse for him, the other suits just seem really quite unappealing.
So does the 6 of clubs beat? I think the 9 of clubs will beat it because West can hold up the club king. But if you lead the 6 of clubs, that 8 of clubs becomes an entry. I don't know. I mean, my double dummy analysis isn't always perfect, but
I just cheated and looked on on Gib and says it doesn't matter what you lead, it's going down, and if you lead a major, it goes down 2.
Wow. Okay, whoops, we lost Danny. He'll be back in a second. So we do get the 6 of clubs lead.
Sorry, I accidentally clicked on other table.
It's okay. There's a lot of buttons on that hamburger menu now. But welcome back. So he does lead the 6 of clubs. All right, the 8 of clubs holds. Oh, I see the problem. The problem here is Declare just doesn't have enough entries to do everything. Well, can't they lead a diamond towards the 10 now? Get a spade discard, use the ace of spades to pitch their spade loser on the 3rd diamond, and then take a trump finesse?
I don't see why that doesn't work.
Maybe it's all a little too slow. I guess Declare could get tapped out in this line and never score their 4th heart. I guess that's kind of the point.
I'm not seeing that, but it's certainly possible.
Okay, but just goes after a simple plan. I mean, maybe Wold is just happy that he hasn't been doubled in this contract.
Yeah.
So he takes a finesse, probably pulls the last trump now and exits a heart.
Well, keep in mind, the diamond king could still be in the east hand. So if he pulls trump and takes 5 clubs, 2 diamonds, a spade is 8, and the slowest of slow hearts is 9, does he still have a chance to make it that way?
Yeah, I think that runs into this plan of getting tapped, because if he ever pitches a spade and uses the ace of spades as an entry, the opponents can just win a heart, play a spade, win a heart, play a spade, win a heart, play a spade, and eventually he'll run out of trumps.
Yeah, that's probably correct.
Okay, he does go after hearts now. Oh, now we get the diamond switch. So are we at this point in time to play a diamond? He instantly plays back a diamond. Still hasn't pulled the last trump yet. I think this is good enough now, because West is kind of end played. He can't play spades himself. Yeah, and he now just goes about setting up Declare's hearts for him. So this is going to be 3 clubs making.
Nice 110 for Wold. So he wins an imp where he might have lost 4.
Right. So Levine maintains their lead after this hand. Not always an easy defense from East Seat when your partner's the one with all of the high cards. You just never know what suit to play.
Yeah, and it's not an easy signaling spot for East-West either. They don't know that the declare has the 10 diamonds. What needs to be set up and what doesn't. All right, so this looks like a 1 trump all pass. I don't think even the active East-West players will find their way into this auction.
Are you putting money on that? Because West is in 3rd seat. But I think you're right. I think East is going to pass in 1st with his 10 count. West is going to pass in 3rd with his 9 count, and North will just have a 15 to 17 no trump that he opens.
If they do get in the bidding, I'm going to have to think about my own personal game as to why these players can do. I mean, there are spots where the West hand with maybe a little better texture in the heart suit or the diamond suit might choose to make a light 3rd seat opening not vulnerable, but yeah, okay. My
You're safe from rethinking your bridge game, yes.
No, it's not over yet. Maybe he'll find a way to show the red suits.
Yeah, that's probably less likely. I think the big wins for a lot of these opening lights or being hyper-aggressive come from entering the auction as soon as you can in 1st seat, or
right.
You don't like to pass throughout and then come in later.
Yeah, being first in has huge advantages. So we'll see what Wibbly's style is defending no trump, whether he gets active with a spade lead or semi-active / passive with a club lead. That has a lot of appeal, especially, this is like the 3rd or 4th 1 trump we've seen. But one of my theories about defending 1 trump is that just setting up and running 1 suit is not enough to beat it. Here he does it a club, like I prefer. So, like setting up and running the spades, yeah, so you have 3 spade tricks and the ace of diamonds. You're still a long way from defeating 1 trump. And the downside of just giving Declare a trick he's not entitled to is fairly substantial.
Yeah, I think we had a similar decision yesterday where Cementa maybe was on lead against a no trump all pass, and he had to choose between leading from ace fourth or four small, and he chose 4 small because you just, as you say, you don't want to give declare an extra trick. Sometimes leading away from that ace or here the king jack could blow a trick, and that's declare's 7th.
So one no trump failed in the other room. It seems like declare has 4 clubs. They play hard towards the 10. 2 hearts and a spade.
Yeah. Yeah, so maybe the other room led a spade, which would set up 3 spades, 3 diamonds, at least 3 diamonds, and the ace of hearts.
So that just shows you I wasn't looking at the whole hand when I thought.
Not the winning lead this time. Mexstroth did lead a spade from
there you go.
his hand.
Interesting. Wall chose to win that in the dummy. I am not sure what the gain of that is.
I mean, he only needs 2 heart tricks, so he could lead a low heart to the king and then a low heart back to the 10.
Sure. Okay. I was thinking maybe he's just gonna maybe play all the clubs, force the opponents to make some discards.
Also reasonable. He doesn't need him for communications. It will make the defense's job a little bit easier because now they've seen 8 of declare's high card points.
Yeah. This is often the winning declare play style, but I find myself in many spots where I prefer not to do that, not to let them signal, and say, in a spot like this, just play a heart and let them guess. Looking, I mean, say you play a heart to the 10 and West wins, he has no idea what pointed suit he should be shifting to. Maybe some suit preference from the East might help there, but you can't always read your partner's card. That kind of situation. Whereas when you run your suit, you give the opponents a chance to discard and tell them what's going on. There are definitely pluses and minuses to both of those concepts.
So West has to think about his discards. If he pitches too many hearts, declare might just play a heart to the queen and then cash the king of hearts. Okay, he does start pitching hearts. So looks like we should continue playing clubs as North.
Yeah, once we've gone down this road, we want to get them. So I think Whibley started with the 7 of clubs, then he discarded his highest club next to the 6, and then his lowest club next to the 3. Does that all say he has something in spades and something in diamonds, or?
Yeah, good question. Maybe the 6 of clubs was just an upside down count card. And the 3 clubs might say, I would prefer you lead diamonds to spades. I mean, that seems like a strange thing, but maybe he's kind of worked out that if declare has honor doubleton and diamonds, he wants partner to get in, diamond to the jack, ace of diamonds, diamond over to partner's hand, and now he gets a spade through.
So interestingly, Wall chose a heart to the queen.
Yeah. Yeah, the 9 of hearts discard.
Yeah, it's a big card.
I don't believe Edgerton's going to duck this. that would make things very easy for Declare, but he's just thinking about what suit to switch to. We'll see if he does go with diamonds. Now he switches to spades. Do they play upside down suit preference? Maybe that's what's actually going on.
I tend to doubt it, but it's certainly possible.
I cannot tell.
And now Wald's going to be able to take the spade and 3 heart tricks. When he plays the king, he'll see the jack. He can unblock the 10 and the 8 and 7
right.
both winners.
Yeah, and it looks like
Declare
has kind of like end played himself to take this plan of cash the king of hearts. He has no more dummy entries to take a heart finesse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he can't afford to play a low heart to the jack, and now the defense has all these tricks set up. We should tell Woodley it doesn't matter what you do, my friend. Your pointed suits are all going to be good. Claire's about to take 3 hearts and make 120 for 6 imps to Levine. We think.
There's the king of hearts. Just make sure to unblock the 10.
Oh, no. No, I don't believe that. I don't believe it. I think you're going to see, well, he's still playing cards. If we see the V-Graph operator Declare claims 8 tricks, we'll know that they really did unblock the 10. Which is what I think is going to happen.
Yeah, there's another funny way to get... There's a crocodile coup possible here. If Declare exits a diamond, East has to win the ace, not the jack.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the operator does have it right.
Wow. A little bit of a slip up from Wold. Oh, never mind.
Yep.
Never mind. We're going back.
There we I would have been shocked if that was the case.
Yeah. Yeah, especially for how long he stared at the 9 of hearts when that card was on the table.
Yeah. There's the 10. All right.
Okay, 2 more hearts, and then this diamond exit, as Wibbly has made the defense a little bit more challenging for his side, unblocking that jack of spades.
He's okay, though. Now we can just cross those partners. King of diamonds. All right.
Oh! Uh-oh. Extra over trick.
Did that really happen? The good news for East West is that a particular...
That one did not matter. You're right about that. So, 6 imps going the way of Levine, who has taken a 9 imp lead in the match. We got 5 boards to play in this set. 3 quick passes around to East, who has a pretty big hand with a nice 6-card spade suit. I assume South is passing. I don't think I would make a takeout double on those South cards, but Levine's giving it a little bit of a stare. Maybe.
Yeah, I think with your very queen-oriented hand, doing anything active is kind of a mistake here. Edgerton will make some sort of Drury-type bid, and I don't think Wibbly will start dreaming of slam with his hand. But you never know.
Yeah, you're right. He just goes to 4 spades.
I mean, king fourth of spades and ace queen fifth of clubs is a nice slam, but maybe they would have had a way to show a hand like that anyway. So, we're going to have a spade loser, potential heart loser, diamond loser. This doesn't look like a very challenging 4 spades.
No.
I think this is going to take your imp average down.
Well, that 3 club hand that made has ruined my imp average on the set.
Yeah. Well, it would have been 4 instead of 1. Notice we have yet to have a single push.
That I found to be very common when watching this partnership, Wibley-Edgerton. So Queen of Diamonds lead, goes over to the king. North is going to be very surprised, or goes to the ace. North is going to be surprised when the king falls.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess North has to switch to clubs, hoping to set up a club trick.
Yeah, I don't see any other. Or it's the king jack of clubs before the either spade or heart entries are dislodged. But
Yeah, now, do you think Declare is going to be extra careful on this? Because I think Declare could win the ace of clubs, ruff a diamond, king of clubs, club ruff, and then run the queen of spades into south. Kind of end playing south in case they happen to have king jack third of spades as well as the heart queen.
yeah, that sounds. I think it's pretty safe to do that as well.
Yeah, you're kind of risking 6-2 clubs in some scenarios, but
6-2 clubs in the over rough comes with a natural anyway.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Okay, but Declare does just go after spades himself. This is also somewhat reasonable if North had played low. I don't know if Declare was planning to stick in the 10, but if they do cash the ace and get it wrong, they can still kind of strip the hand and maybe throw south in with the third round of hearts. Or am I doing that wrong? Maybe throw north in with the third round of spades. I don't know. Now that I'm thinking about it, I kind of like my plan better. But
so if he had gone in the bad scenario, if he had gone a spade and the North showed out, he could just put the 10.
Well, if North shows out, he can win the ace and then play low towards the queen. Maybe he was planning on sticking in the 10 if North followed. I feel like maybe he just had 100% line of play by pulling trumps, so maybe I feel silly now. Yeah. But anyway, push board, 11 tricks, 4 boards to play. West gonna pass. In first seat, we'll see a heart by North. Takeout double by East. We have 4 spades.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna vote for
no takeout double.
Parker couldn't open the bidding, and we have queen and 1 heart. That's part of our. What is that?
10 points. Yep.
I once again, my fate and fate's not the right word. What's the word? Can't think of it. But yeah, East is just not going to bid.
What about a 1 spade overcall? Okay, East has passed.
I could see some merit to a 1 spade overcall, but doubling just seems insane to me. Here, if you overcall 1 spade, you would actually talk the opponents out of what they're about to play in a 4-4 spade fit where they have 3 trump.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest downsides to the 4-card overcalls.
Yeah. Sometimes it's a big winner, but. So we can see in the other room, 1 north-south probably just been a heart of spade, 2 spades or the equivalent, and made 3. 3 trump losers and 2 club losers. So I'm guessing the club went away at some point.
Yeah, East would have to lead a club at trick 1, or West would have. Well, West probably does lead a club.
All right, so we see a divergence here because Southman won their trump, which I am not unsympathetic to the idea of skipping over the 8 high spade suit. And he's going to play it there. So 1, 3. He's got 6 top tricks. And interesting.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot from West because he probably now knows or suspects his partner has at least 5 spades, but his partner did not overcall. So he leads his diamond sequence.
So this lead declare can just win and knock out a heart, and it's going to have plenty of tricks. Whereas if they had led, say they had led 4 rounds of clubs and knocked out the ace of spades, now declare has to guess the heart to make it. Is that correct? So they only have 6 winners.
Yeah, the way the spade suit's positioned, declare can duck the first round, and then the defense can't continue. But
right, if they are able to use the club suit for communication, they might be able to overcome that problem.
Right.
They don't just take their 4 clubs.
Yeah.
And certainly, if, say, Edgerton had led a low club and Wibbly won the ace, shifting to a spade seems very attractive. Now, Edgerton wins the king, they duck it, we clear clubs, and then we run clubs and then clear spades. And now Levine would be guessing the heart for his contract.
I think in that case, West shows out on the second spade, so declare can just safely play a heart to the 10.
Can they do it before without clearing clubs?
I mean, maybe if West leads the king of spades at trick 1.
Yeah, well, yeah. Certainly if West spades at trick 1, the declarer is going to have some problems.
Yeah, but you're definitely right. Now declare is playing for over tricks. We'll have to decide how he's going to play the heart suit.
Is there any reason not to play sort of the normal feeling king of diamonds, king of hearts, 10 of hearts?
I was thinking normal would be low heart to the 10 because you can pick up queen doubleton with East, but you can't pick up queen doubleton with West.
Okay.
So you break even on the 3-3 splits.
So say if you win the king of diamonds and lead a low heart to the 10 and they do knock out spades, you might have some
That's true. Yeah,
so.
Good point. So then...
That's what... The other play feels more natural to me. Just...
Yeah, you don't really have the entries to do everything you want.
One of the general principles we taught to our beginning players on cruise ships was high honor from the shorthand first, and this is the sort of reason for that, where it keeps your communication better if you do that.
Yeah, so... I mean, this will all guarantee the contract. If you play king of diamonds, heart to the king, 10 of hearts running it. The defense has the opportunity to duck the 10 of hearts, even if the queen is offside, and then you don't really have the entries to North's hand to set up the long heart. But... if declare does that, it seems as if he's going to score 4 hearts, 3 diamonds, and the ace of spades for 120. So that'll be 1 imp going the way of Hans on this one. Spending a lot of time thinking about it.
Yeah, this is our first hand with Levine as declarer, and Yeah, he can be very slow in spots. In addition to the actual bridge decisions that need to be made, he has severe sight issues, so he's often triple checking to make sure all his spots are what they are and all his suits are what they are. I'm not sure if I know he had some help when they were playing with tablets in USBF events. I'm not sure if he's got physical help here as well.
All right, we are off. King of Diamonds holds trick 1. And declares definitely going to work on hearts. So low heart to the 10.
All right, let's go low heart to the 10.
I think this is the match point line. And it's a little bit more risky when you're vulnerable, because there are layouts where we go down, as you mentioned, by taking this play.
Yeah.
But he will score an extra trick in this instance. So, push board. We get our second push. That both the teams have figured each other out now, and we're just going to have a flat set for the remainder.
So that would imply Levine wins the event and match by 9?
37-28.
I'm certain of very few things in life, but I am certain that will not be the case here. Unless they stop the match right now. If they play the full 60 boards, there will be more imps.
All right, push board 150.
On to the next.
3 boards to go. Then we're going to have a short break for the players to compare, and we will be resuming about 15 minutes after this board, or after this table finishes. Well,
So
4 spades appears to be on the spade guess with both of the club honors offside.
right, that failed in the other room.
Ah, yes, 4 spades did fail in the other room.
So we can project 1 spade, 2 diamonds, some sort of limited raise. And usually when partner shows a limit raise and you have 5-5, you just play the game and hope for the best. And here, not only do you have 5-5, your singleton is in the right suit, it's in their suit, and you have reason to think that you can make game with less than 25 high card points just because you have some shape and some sources of tricks. So I'm guessing 1 spade, 2 diamonds, if West bids 3 diamonds and Wold will probably double to encourage his partner to lead a diamond.
Yeah, I think that's what's about to happen. Now, West has 10, but it is 4-3-3, and depending on how late they're opening, maybe West will only bid 2 spades. Now, he does bid 3 diamonds.
Nah, it's a fun game. And
2 aces.
You do have, it is 2 aces. The jack of trumps is like a good-ish kind of jack. Yeah,
Okay, so Wold does not double. Maybe because he's also okay with the heart lead. He doesn't want to encourage partner to lead the ace of diamonds from ace empty 6th.
True.
So should see 4 spades from east.
I don't think he's thinking about not bidding game. I was wondering if he's just bid 4 spades. If there's any way he could say, I'm bidding game, but just in case you're bidding slam, I don't want to just gobble up all the
Yeah, that's a really good point, because West is still unlimited with the 3 diamond bid, so...
Yeah, I mean, for the same reason you have a good hand to just bid a game, if partner has a strong raise, you have a potentially good hand for slam.
Yeah, controls in every suit.
I mean, picture ace, queen, 4th of spades, ace in a club, king in a heart, king of hearts, for example. That makes slam virtually lay down. And that's only, what, 6, 9, 13 high card points. So.
All right, so South is on lead.
I predict he does not lead a club.
Good guess.
You know, once again, you know, he does have a bunch of unattractive suits to lead from. And the black suits are almost surely out. And it's sort of, there's sometimes when you have these sort of hands where, all right, I'm not going to lead this, I'm not going to lead that, and by process of elimination, you're down to 1 suit, and that's the one you lead. And yeah, Harry chooses the 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, 10 of diamonds makes sense.
So Whibley has to fear a lot of stuff on this hand. Not the least of which, if his spades are 4-1, he could be getting tapped out. On hands like this, it is often correct to try to establish your side suit winners first while you still have control of both hands. So that might lead him to lead a club, but then he might just be going down on a club rough on a hand where he's called.
Yeah, a lot of decisions to be made at trick 2. So as you say, club to the jack, for example, would make a lot of sense. If he does decide to pull trumps immediately, he's going to have to guess the spade queen. And in doing so, he might lose the entries to West's hand to be able to take club finesses.
Right, so say he wins the ace of diamonds, and if he plays ace of spades and a spade and it loses, for example, now he has 1 entry to take a club play. And yeah, so that might actually encourage him to get the spades right, just because it will leave him with more entries to the West hand. Oh, he does play.
Yeah, it feels natural to me to play a club at trick 2. As you say, establishing your side suit often is correct. Theoretically, he can pitch on the 2nd diamond. He can ditch his heart loser and rough the 3rd diamond and then continue setting up clubs, and he'll be protected against these potential 4-1 trump breaks.
Right, but he could be suffering from a club rough if club 3 to the other way.
Okay, so he could rough this. He does decide to rough it. I was wondering if he would discard, because then he would have this flexibility of, I mean, communication's been cut between the defenders.
Right. He knows Levine has overcalled with a king 10 empty suit. He suspects the ace queen of clubs are probably both off. That still leaves room. Does that? I mean, I guess Levine could have the king queen of hearts as well, and no queen of spades.
Do you think South would lead a diamond as opposed to a heart from that holding?
King queen empty of hearts? I don't know. Neither one would be attractive.
Sure.
He knows he's made an unattractive lead for sure.
You know, it's also worth pointing out this negative inference from the auction. North didn't make this double of 3 diamonds, now being known to hold queen jack 3rd in the suit.
Right. So this appears to be the moment of truth.
Yeah.
I don't think I might play a club and just assume the opponents can't take a rough and try to get some more information, but what he's going to get is just another diamond tap, I guess.
Yeah, and the unfortunate point, if he plays a club and then a diamond comes, he can no longer pitch a heart, because now North is on lead with the 3rd club.
Right, I see what you're saying. Yeah, they can give their partner a club rough at that point if he chooses that line.
I mean, if we're just going based on guessing the shape, South has turned up with 2 clubs. I mean, presumably, they could have gotten a club rough if South started with ace queen third. So we're putting South on 2 clubs, 6 diamonds. Okay, he does play club.
Yeah, now he's going to know for sure the clubs are 2-3
Yep.
the way they are.
And so South has 5 cards in the majors. Well, if South has 3 spades and 2 hearts, that gives North 2-5-3-3 shape. And if South has 2 spades and 3 hearts, that gives North 3-4-3-3. So which one of those is more likely? I mean, I'm pretty sure 4-3-3 is a more likely shape, but 5-3-3-2 and 4-3-3 are pretty close.
Do you mean
a
a
priori
or at the? Yeah, I mean it's close.
But that's kind of the only information he's working with, right?
Yeah, and I think we're at the point now where we know that Levine has enough to overcall without the queen, with or without the queen of spades. Sort of wouldn't have affected his.
Right. I don't actually have in the back of my mind this list of like what are the most common distributions, but I know 4-4-3-2 is number 1.
I think 5-3-3-2 actually is ahead.
Is ahead of 4-3-3. Okay. So in that case, he probably should play South for the spade queen. Then South is more likely to be 3-2-6-2. But, I mean, very close. We're talking, what, like less than 1% difference, probably?
Yeah, I mean, the 10 of spades and...
A lot of imps riding on this decision. This would put Hans back in the lead if they made this.
So at the other table, Mexroth won the diamond, played a club. Hans won the second club, won the club, and cashed the second club and got out of the diamond. And then it just says claim with 9 tricks accepted. So obviously that's when Mexroth misguessed the spades.
He runs the 10 of spades. Right. I wonder if that's what he was thinking about the distributions. And so well done from Wibley to make the contract, and Hans does take the lead. So this is going to be 12 imps. They're now up by 1. Match is almost tied again.
It got your average up too.
That's very important. All right, 2 boards to play. This, well, there's 12 top tricks in spades or clubs.
You'd like to be playing, I was going to say you'd like to be playing clubs just because you have more of them, but...
Yeah,
you'd like to be clubs. So I suspect Wibley will be in there with the preamp.
Absolutely. Without...
Whether it's 2 or 3 or multi or whatever, he's not.
Yeah, without a doubt.
And that's going to make it harder for East-West, North-South to find clubs.
All right, so 2 hearts.
Say he had passed, it could have gone a spade, 2 clubs, or a spade and no trump, 3 clubs. But once they start getting 2 hearts, finding clubs is a bit harder.
Well, believe me, if East had passed, West would not have.
True that. A hand where both of them are, their red suits are more evenly distributed. So here, I think that Levine's going to double, too strong to just bid two
Right.
spades. And then now we'll be able to bid clubs.
Yeah, but do you... okay, I think Wold is just going to bid 3-0 now.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So East and West have bid in this auction.
I did see Edgton sticking his neck into the noose with a singleton and partner suit in a spot where he could just be running into a total buzzsaw here. But these guys
They
don't
really
pass.
don't. Okay, so North has bid 3-0. Now, what do we do as South? We could bid 4
That's a good
spades.
Pretty strong.
Um,
We have a hand that's strong to overcall. I mean, there are some scenarios where you end up getting too high.
mhm.
No trump. If you,
Yeah, so I mean, if we go through the list, like South could bid 4-0. I don't think that's crazy, and that would probably end the auction.
mhm.
I mean, South could bid 4 spades, right? He's doubled and bid his suit. It's a little bit scary with just 5 of them at this point.
Yeah. He could also just bid something like 4 hearts to say, I'm too strong to bid. I did, in fact, find 6-no down 1.
Oh my! So another opportunity for a big result.
At the other table, Mexroth did not open the
Mhm.
east hand. South opened what's presumably a strong club. Burkhart's overcalled a diamond, and despite the fact that he warned them about diamonds, the opponents still managed to find their way to 6-no trump off
Yeah.
the ace king.
Wow.
Very long auction, so I'm not going to repeat it. If you want,
I was just looking through
See?
it. It's
North showed some sort of balanced hand with a diamond stopper. South bid spades. North continued in no trump. South bid clubs. At which point North raised clubs, and now it seems like they should be able to potentially find 6 clubs instead of
Right.
6 now. But these auctions get very murky. I think there was 4 diamonds might have been a key card ask.
mhm.
Partner showed no key cards. He asked for the queen of trumps, and partner said he had it. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, uncertain what the North-South auction meant, but unfortunately for them, they found the wrong slam.
So even if Levine passes here, they're going to win a nice double-digit
Right.
swing. Little does he know, he's in a spot where he can just pass, be in a terrible contract relative to the best contract in all the lifetimes anyway.
It's a nice situation to be in.
This is a spot where I think the imp scale 5 diamonds. That's not
That is a lot of exclusion that you don't have a void for.
Yeah. Maybe that's maybe he wants his partner to bid slam if he's got he can stop the opponents from taking ace king in either of the red suits. I don't know how he would do that.
Mhm.
But
Well, yeah, I mean, what does Eddie do over 5 diamonds?
I would be a little bit worried that Edgton had psyched 3 diamonds and that 5 diamonds was natural.
Okay, that's actually a very good point, and that's a scary thought.
And if that's the case, and Eddie emerges with pass, East-West are actually going to gain.
Oh my! We've already seen one of those in this match in the other room, board 7.
I really would not be shocked to see him pass 5 diamonds. I mean,
What if he bids 5 now?
if that's the case, if partner does have a hand that's too good to overcall 3 diamonds, does he have enough to want to bid 6 diamonds? He's got such soft values. I mean, he has a very nice queen jack pair of diamonds. Yep, he did.
Oh my god! This is Wow.
There you go. This will not. I mean, in theory, it should play fast, but Levine is not going to be playing this hand.
No, that's
Presumably, Etchin will just lead 3 rounds of diamonds and take 5 diamond tricks, and declare will be down, whatever that is. 3, I guess. I mean, he might choose to lead a heart. I'm not sure why he would do that though, because he can always get his heart roughs later. Yeah, I think he's just going to lead diamonds.
Well, East can get club roughs. I mean, this is not going to be super expensive. It's not doubled, so these extra under tricks don't really matter much. But
yeah, well, I didn't really think of, well, let's try to give partner roughs. As you point out, it's not vulnerable, it's not doubled, and he knows for sure it's going down, so he's not going to be too worried about. He just goes with the trump.
Yeah, ace of diamonds.
That seems kind of normal.
I wonder if Eddie could have bid 5 no just to protect against, because he probably expects if 5 diamonds is making, like, what's his hand good for in a trump suit? Yeah. Maybe he could have just bid 5 no.
Maybe he was worried that partner might think that was Grand Slam force and bid 7 diamonds.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard when obviously Wald is a much more experienced player than Levine, and it's hard to figure out when partner emerges with a bid that you didn't expect what they were actually thinking. And once again, this is we were talking about the advantages of being an active pair and East-West's activity. Here Edgerton bid 3 diamonds, fully meaning it to be natural and nothing untoward, and yet somehow their reputation is probably known to Wald, and he knew that it's possible that 3 diamonds was a goof with hearts. And
yeah, and that makes this type of pair very dangerous to play against, because you have to be on the lookout for a lot of these psychs or other unusual situations that you just wouldn't find yourself in against some of the other pairs. Okay, well, East is going to get both of his club roughs now. He's going.
Yeah, Levine so he's going to go down 5, I guess. Yeah. So that's going to be 5 imps to the
to Hans.
I keep forgetting what the name of the team is. I know it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, lowering your average, unfortunately.
That's okay. This board was totally worthwhile to watch.
As soon as he bid 5 diamonds, I had this feeling that Wald was going to pass it. There you go.
Oh, West didn't rough.
Sorry.
No, it kind of makes sense. I mean, if East really wanted to get that rough, he probably should have returned the deuce of hearts.
Right, yes. That being said, he's got to know the declarer has a million tricks outside of the heart suit, and the partner's never getting into that heart.
So 4 imps.
It's only an imp. All right, last hand of the set, and then as Rob pointed out, there'll be a short break, and we'll be back for more.
Yeah.
Probably around quarter to the hour, I would guess.
That sounds about right to me. So I do have a co-caster that I'm going to be casting with. I mean, you're welcome to join us, Danny, but if you wanted to go and find some other table, or if you have other plans, feel free.
Yeah, I will probably go
Sounds
elsewhere.
Good. But thank you for teaming up for this set. It was a pleasure.
Yeah, it's always fun. We got a lot of interesting boards. Stuff happened. So here on the last board, North up with the no trump and played it there, and it was 3 down.
Wow.
Well, the opponents have 5 diamonds, 4 clubs. sorry, 5 diamonds, 3 clubs, and a spade to take.
Yeah, that's 9 tricks. And we might see the same result here.
Yeah.
As long as Wibbly doesn't bid.
Yep. You never know. I mean, he does have a sort of attractive. He does bid 2 diamonds. We're not sure what that shows, but it's got an attractive looking 5-4.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess it's worth noting that they can take the same 9 tricks and 3 no trumpet if they declare. Is that correct?
Yeah.
No reason to think.
Yeah, there's only 4 heart tricks that North-South can take off of the top. So this could be 3 imps going the way of Hans if they reach 3-0. That seems unlikely.
Well, declare would need to guess the diamonds, although North opened the no trump, so that's probably the normal way to guess them. And I don't think there's any other play in the club suit besides the king and the onside.
Yeah, it's way more likely than, say, 10-9 doubleton offside.
Right. They still have to get there, and they still have to do all the right things to make it.
Yeah, this all seems fairly unlikely, given that the no trump was strong.
Still, Edgson's got this sort of hand if partner has a 6th diamond, for example. You're already counting 7 tricks with just the king queen of diamonds, say.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not sure if. Yeah, he does make a something. We're not sure what to know is, but I think whatever it means, Wibbly will bid 3 clubs, perhaps showing a 2nd suit. If they stop at a par score, they're going to lose 5-ish kind of imps, 5, 6, 7 imps, depending on. I guess if they make 110, that's going to be 5 imps, right?
Yes, 190 would be 5. So presumably East had a 2 no trump bid available to show both minors. 2 diamonds was just natural. The only thing that they play is 2 clubs as majors over these strong no trumps, and everything else is natural.
Yeah, okay, so they stopped at 3 diamonds. And we can be pretty sure that's going to lose some imps. Unless Levine somehow decides to bid now.
Yeah, so 2 hearts, a spade are the guaranteed losers in this contract. Declare can make all the rest if they pick up the diamonds and the clubs. Well, South hasn't passed this out yet. I mean, South might be thinking about balancing with a double with 4-4 in the majors.
I think that's kind of insane. I mean, yes, East has shown lots of minor suit cards, and West probably has some fit for those cards. So there's some inference that North-South have a fit in the major or 2, but they are vulnerable, and he has 3 high card points.
That's true. They do make 3 hearts and 3 spades, I think. Maybe it's close. You're close to making 3 of a major. North-South.
Well, that would be a spectacular result for North-South.
Yeah. Okay. Oh! Okay. This is probably a better bid than double, because double puts 3 diamonds doubled in play, and I don't think South wants to do that.
Yeah.
And there's no way South has 5 hearts. He would have bid 2 hearts over 2 diamonds. So.
Right. Well, credit to Levine. Wow.
Okay, and now the question is, can he make it on repeated trump leads? Because I think that's the most dangerous.
I did the cheat of looking at deep finesse on his hand because it seems kind of complicated. And apparently, if Edgton leads a low spade, a communication open for a spade rough, they defeat 3 hearts. Any other lead they like.
Wow. Yeah, a low spade would also essentially force Declare's hand. With 4 top losers, he would have to pull trumps himself. Okay, there's a club lead. So ace of clubs offside, but due to the power of that 10-9 of clubs, this means Declare is going to be able to set up a club trick naturally if he ducks.
Yeah, I don't see any reason why we play the king here. That seems kind of loony. Although, you know, if there's a time to underlead an ace, it's when you know the king is a favorite to be on your left. But, yeah.
Oh! He does fly king. So now,
yeah, I think that puts the contract in jeopardy.
Yeah. So again, now it might be if your deep finesse is correct about the first thing, then switching to a spade here would doom the contract.
Yeah. Yeah.
But East just continues the queen of clubs, and that has once again tilted things back in Declare's favor because again, this 10-9 of clubs can now be used to score an extra trick. Diamond over to the ace. I mean, we can't fault Wibbly for just cashing a bunch of tricks. He doesn't know what his partner's hand looks like. Now, this might still go down. I expect West to switch to diamonds here. Oh, he switches to a low spade now. Oh, this actually probably is going to cause some problems for Declare. Declare will fly the king, and it's going to hold. And then he's going to have to pull trumps.
Can he pull exactly 2 rounds of trumps, extracting the rough from the east hand, and then
he can, yeah, he can do it, but I think one of the challenges is when he leads another spade up, West is going to duck, and he might just lose 2 spades.
Well, yeah, there is that.
And I think this 8 of spades switch might actually indicate that that's what Edgton's playing for, and I don't know, he could be rewarded for it. I guess you have to take into account that West has made this 2 no trump bid, showing a pretty good hand, and all he's turned up with so far is the ace of diamonds.
Right, yeah. I think the ace of spades is pretty well marked on this hand. If he just had like the ace jack 4th of diamonds and the jack of spades or whatever, he would just raise the 3 diamonds and not get involved with something like, you know.
Yeah, so then I think your plan of pulling a couple of trumps does make sense. We can ruff a diamond, play king of hearts, heart to the ace, ruff a diamond, and then lead a spade.
Yeah. That will all work.
And I guess the distribution's probably marked as well, right? East has showed diamonds and clubs in the auction. East did not get a spade ruff, so he has at most 2 hearts.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a singleton spade.
So if Levine makes this, that will earn his side a pretty sizable swing, given that 1 no trump went down 3 vulnerable in the other room. This would be, what, 10 imps for 460 or 440?
I think he's back to going down now because he let a spade. Oh, yeah, he could. Edgerton could have guessed the distribution was on the spade and given his partner a rough, but he was not there for that.
Wow. That feels like a bit of a slip up from Edgerton because he should know his partner's not doesn't have 3 spades. That would give South 5 hearts.
Maybe he's assuming Declare does have 5 hearts.
That's a fair point. Oh, and Declare has misguessed. This has been a really rocky ride the whole time. Right. 1 down, 5 imps still going the way of Levine, and that means we have a tie match after 1 set. 44-44.
Very exciting. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you soon.
Yep. Thanks, Danny. Take care.
Bye.
So last piece of work here. Declare just needs to pull trumps. Might be worried about East having a singleton. I suppose in theory it's possible. He ends up down 2 on this one. That would still be a 3 imp gain. If he ends up playing, say, King of Hearts, heart to the 10 at a later point. Well, we're about to see. King of Hearts. 9 of hearts to the ace. All right, down 1, 5 imps, 44 all after the first segment, assuming no other score corrections. And this will be a nail biter as the day continues. I mean, lots of imps being thrown around on these boards. Only 4 double-digit swings, but we could have seen a few more. If, for example, board 4, they had gotten to the correct slam, north-south. But thanks for tuning in to the first segment. I will be back. I'm going to be joined by Craig Ganser. I don't know if I'm going to cover this match or this table or if we're going to jump around to a different one, but I will see you all soon. All right, chat. Hello. I am back. Hello, Craig, as well. I don't know what match you actually want to watch, Craig, but you can let me know if there's an exciting one. Let's pop back out for a second. So whoa, oh my, why are there so many tables? Why are there so many tables? There's like 6 different matches going on. Oh no. Okay, Craig has stepped away apparently, but he will be back. Okay, segment 2 of 4 has started between Zimmerman and Goldberg. That match doesn't appeal to me. I feel like Zimmerman might just run away with that one. Currently it's a little bit close, but obviously Zimmerman is in. Hello, Angela Smith. How's it going? How am I doing today? I'm doing quite well. It is still early in the morning, but we will be here all day covering the Soloways. Let's take a look at the scoreboard for the matches while we're here on break. So, Leibowitz, ahead by 14. Fleischer is stomping Wademark. Maybe a little bit unexpected, because Wademark had such a good performance in the first set. Zimmerman a little bit ahead. Street a little bit ahead. Hahn over Goodman. Juster over O'Moyles. And Braymark is certainly beating Noddenbelt. But we saw Noddenbelt might have a little bit of a weaker sponsor. from yesterday. They made a big comeback in the last couple of segments when the sponsor was out. And then, of course, we just watched Hans against Levine. Where am I from? I am from East Coast, USA. I grew up in DC most of my life. Do we have a fantasy bracket? We do. My fantasy bracket is not doing great. Wait. Where is my bracket? Can I not even see my bracket? Hello? Do I have to show how far down on the list I am? Where's my name? I am here. Okay, I can also kill this for a second. Well, this is a fantasy. I don't know. I don't know why I've pulled this up. This is embarrassing. But this was my selection for how everyone's going to do. Looks like my Fleischer pick is working out well. I mean, no surprise there. I don't see why anyone would have picked Fleischer to lose in the first round. Mods. Some of those picks were definitely a fantasy. Thanks, Craig. Appreciate you. Which match did you want to watch, Craig? You can pick, at least for this segment. Oh, and I might need a reminder to put in a food order. Yesterday I was a little bit rushed. So I should probably... Okay, Levine seems exciting. Well, we can jump back in. I think Larry Cohen was at the table with David Berkowitz, so we would probably have to choose the non-David Berkowitz table. I don't know if he'd still be there. He might be busy. But maybe Danny will join Larry for that set. Why are there so many tables? I guess this is the second segment. You pick Fleischer over Zimmerman? That's a fair pick. Maybe I should have done that. I think a lot of brackets will be picking Zimmerman. Perhaps they have more VuGraph. No. See, Rusty, the problem is not the number of VuGraph operators. It's the number of duplicated tables that I'm seeing. Or maybe I'm not seeing duplicates. Nonnenbelt, Braymark, Fleischer, Wademark, Zimmerman, Goldberg, Levine, Hans, not Wademark, Zimmerman, Goldberg. Like, we have two Zimmerman Goldberg tables open at the same time. This is what's confusing to me. One of them says quarter 1 of 4, one of them is 2 of 4. But it looks like they do have 4 full matches on. Okay, we can stick with Levine against Hans. It will be fun. We do have the New Zealanders in. Zimmerman has a good chance if they have 2 teams. Yeah, it's almost like cheating. You get 2 entrants. I will do my best to get a Levine table. It's still going to be a few minutes, I think. They just ended a couple of minutes ago. Like, this Zimmerman team also not doing so well. They're up 9-0. The other Zimmerman team is, I guess, up less, but they've scored more imps, 34-27. Random all caps table was interesting. There's a random all caps table. This one. That's nice. Levine against Hans. Okay, so the non-David Berkowitz table is what we're going to be watching. Here we go. Oh, turn my camera off before I do something dumb again. All right, goodbye, chat. Hello. Welcome back to our second quarter of action. I will be joined momentarily by my co-caster, Craig Ganser. He will be in here in just a minute. But we saw a very exciting first segment of play in this match, which ended with a completely tied match after 15 boards, 44-44. So close to 6 imps a board being exchanged between these two teams, the Hans and Levine squad. Notably, the Hans team, who's currently sitting east-west, plays a lot of partnerships who are hyper-aggressive and like to get involved in almost every auction, way more so than a lot of the Western counterparts on the Levine team, even among some more aggressive players like Jeff Mextroth, who I think is sitting east in the other room. But getting into the first board, looks like we have a little bit of a difference of opinion in the contract that has been reached. 3 no trump in this room, 5 clubs reached in the other room. Wasn't around for the auction, but looks like both contracts are comfortably making. So this will be a couple of imps going the way of Levine here for reaching the higher scoring game contract. And that's one board in. We got 14 to go in the set. Then there will be a bit of a lunch break for the players. About an hour and a half, I think it was yesterday, or thereabouts. And we will be back after that for the third and fourth quarters of play, which I think will be starting up at 4 p.m. local time, so 4 p.m. Eastern US. Hey, Craig, how's it going?
Hey. Good. Looks like I missed a little excitement already.
Yes. Although only not too much on that first board of this set, but
yeah, I caught a little bit of the first quarter, and there was definitely a lot of him flying around.
As I have been mentioning, that tends to happen with the Hans team and a bunch of these Australian or New Zealand players.
Yeah, I hadn't realized how aggressive Edson and Whitby were.
Well, they're very successful with it. They were, I don't remember where they placed in the recent Bermuda Bowl, but I know they were like in contention to make the top 8 if they didn't make it to the quarterfinals. Very strong partnership and just a little bit of a different style than we're used to over here in the Western Hemisphere. So,
yeah, and I'm not super familiar with their resume, but I believe that was not their first, their first success at the top level.
No, definitely not. They're very good players. But here we are, board 17. We have a little bit more excitement. So North opening the no trump with his 14 count over there, and South transferring to spades, double by West showing hearts. I'm not sure what redouble is. Maybe it's you play 2 spades.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I mean, I would guess that it shows, enthusiasm about bidding 2 spades, whether or not it also implies something about his heart holding. I cannot tell you. Like whether that Queen Third of Hearts is coincidental or not.
Yeah, I think it's very possible that he just wants to avoid a heart opening lead. If his partner has Ace Doubleton, for example, then the Queen Third of Hearts would be protected a little bit, with West being the strong hand.
Yeah. Or even King Doubleton, right? You'd rather have the lead coming from the doubler. His very strong 18 count, he knows he has the best hand at the table, is far from done. He's just trying to get out alive.
Yeah, East is not happy with the way this auction has gone.
Yeah, so West now has to decide whether to respect his partner's request to bid a minor or make one last try, and he has chosen the high route. Getting very lucky here that his partner does have also a mild heart fit.
Yeah, I'm a little
Ace Jack Best is a little scary for a suit that you've shown a partner hasn't raised.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm a little uh, I'm squinting at this 2-no bid because hasn't West already shown a heart suit? And unless the double of two hearts was not natural.
I think he showed hearts. He doubled two spades, card showing, because what else can he sensibly do? He has to bid something there. And now he's bidding 2-no Trump, just, trying to get partner to bid a second suit if he has one.
Okay. Well, we have ended in three hearts.
I think so, again.
And
Right? I mean, I guess he could have bid three hearts, but, probably he was afraid that would sound a little too encouraging, that he'd rather try to slow the auction down.
Yeah, that's a reasonable attempt, and it looks like they have done, well, the wrong thing, because three hearts does have five losers.
Yeah, and by the way, it's possible that East's plan was to correct partner's second suit to three hearts all along, which is make sure he didn't send the message of any enthusiasm.
That could make sense if East was thinking his bid was something like Lebensal-ish.
Yeah, just a slowdown. Whatever. Like probably on its face, it showed a request to bid something. Something else by West, but when you correct to three hearts, it has to show just a bad preference. Now the play here doesn't look like there's much to it. They're just going to lose a club, a diamond, a heart, and two spades for a quiet down one, and three imps to. I guess that would be three imps to Levine, right? I think unless North ends up on lead at the wrong point in the hand, forced to lead a diamond or a spade, I don't think there's any way that they're going to make this hand.
Yeah, I agree. It's also interesting to note that North knew they had a 9-card spade fit and elected to just sell out to three hearts.
Yeah, very good point. I know. Is it possible that North had already shown that he had a 9-card spade fit so he could lay that decision off on South?
No.
You don't think there's any chance the redouble showed a 4-card spade fit?
I don't believe so.
It would surprise me too, but it would explain North's choice of action. I mean, North does have a minimum with 3 queens and heart wastage, so I can understand why he would be a little reluctant to take the push if he didn't have to.
And, in the other room, they had a very similar type of auction. A no Trump passed 2 hearts. West originally doubled. There, North just bid 2 spades directly. And after West reopened with double, South was the one who ended up taking the push to 3 spades, in fact.
Yeah, again, I'm curious what North's redouble meant in the other room.
So, as expected, 3 imps going the way of Levine on this one. We're on to board 18. And we still don't have nameplates. At least I don't have nameplates on the players in this room.
Well, I think it's the same East-West there. It's clearly Edgerton would be East-West here, but I think remains to be seen which North-South pairs.
Okay, actually, my scores in the bottom right, it looks like it's Hurd and Bathurst are sitting North-South.
Thank you. So I have their convention card up if we need to see what they're up to.
Yeah, they open a lot of 9 and 10 counts generally. They preempt on 5-card suits all the time. But aside from that, a lot of their bidding tends to be somewhat standard, although their no Trump ranges are a little bit variable.
Yeah, it says their no Trump range is 8 to 11 in some seats.
Yeah, I think Danny was telling me that that's not allowed in the ACBL, so
I thought it was allowed if you didn't play conventions over it. But I could be wrong. But it's possible also that this is their ACBL version of their WBF card, and it's not actually what they play in this event.
All right, so we started out a club takeout double. A spade by West. is probably
I
clubs.
think a spade transfer to a no trump. Oh, could be clubs. Yeah, you're right. I think the spade might be a no trump bid.
Yeah, it could be as well. Just wanting partner to declare. But East does bid a no trump.
So South has a very annoying choice of lead here with, promising potential in all four suits, but any of those suits could also blow a trick. And I think it would probably just lead a spade, even though partner couldn't double one spade. To show a little strength there, it just needs the least from partner to work out well. A diamond feels like, with Queen 6-5-4, that you catch partner with something like the Jack of Diamonds, it might blow up the suit.
Yeah, so he does lead a spade. We have seen a couple of these. What do you lead against a no trump from kind of bad holdings in all four suits over the course of the past 2 days, and I think there's been some split opinions. I mean, Mexstroth earlier today earned his side a sizable swing for leading away from King Jack 9 fourth into a no trump. But here the spade bleed's going to work out quite well. Set up a couple of tricks. Declare always had this finesse available.
Yeah, so Declare's still in okay shape, right? I think he can win the queen, play on diamonds, and be up to 6 tricks immediately.
Yeah, that's one possibility.
And maybe you lead the 10 of hearts to trick 2 immediately and defer the diamond play.
I mean, he might go after clubs.
Well, that's true too, especially after the takeout double. He might think that he's likely to get away with the king of clubs and be able to set up the suit. Yeah, I kind of like the heart play, at least at imps, because you just need the least for it to work out. I think at match points, a club would be more attractive to me.
Okay, he's gone after diamond. I think there's...
Defied all of our...
I mean, there's merit for all 3 suits, right? As you say, playing on diamonds will always net 6 tricks. And if the Jack of Diamonds holds here,
right,
where you expect the takeout doubler to have the queen, now you can work on a second suit, either hearts or clubs, to try and score your 7th trick.
Yeah, either one will work, of course, with one heart honor on side and both clubs in south.
All right, and he does go after hearts.
Yeah, so I think south will knock out the spade, Declare will cash the king of diamonds while he has the chance and lead another heart, and that will more or less be that. He may be able to score that king of clubs at trick 13.
Yeah, it's still not so clear, right? Like, the takeout doubler is kind of more of a favorite to hold one of the heart honors, but it looks like he is going for the simple route.
Yeah, like it's possible he'll lead a club now, but I think he's actually going for the immediate end play. Playing south for everything in the rounded suits. And I guess this is totally safe. He can't ever go down doing this.
Yeah, the big risk would be if North could get in spades.
Right.
But on this layout, South has not unblocked the spade suit, so South is just going to get end played into leading either clubs or hearts.
Yep, so Declare is going to need to find one pitch, so that's an easy club after this trick, and that will be that, I think. South will catch a spade, choose a round suit to end play East with, and that'll be 7 tricks.
Yeah, nicely done to kind of pick off maybe a small extra chance that South could get thrown in. And...
yeah, if South had both heart honors, this play was necessary. So, nicely done by Whitby, probably. Assuming that they stayed in the same
yeah, I think it's
positions.
Whibley that is East.
Whibley, I'm sorry. And the other table, which had been ahead of us for the first couple of boards is not done with this board, so we don't have a comparison yet.
Right, but Levine off to a good start. They've picked up 5 on the first couple of hands. Although,
Yeah, um, obviously playing in their front 4 to let Levine take a break and then come back in presumably for the third segment.
Yeah, but a lot of these matches can swing.
Wow.
Yeah, this is a wow, north-south. I'm looking at the same thing you are. But yes, these matches can swing rather abruptly. A slam hand or even some of these game decisions that could go one way or another based on guessing a queen. We saw a big hand in the previous set where Wibley guessed the queen of trumps and Mextroth did not, and that was a big 12 imps for their side.
Yes, this is interesting. So if it goes past to west, you love your shape for reopening, but you have a minimum. And north south can make at least 5 hearts. West needs to lead the king of spades to hold it to that.
Yeah, the clubs are 3-3, so declare can get a discard if they don't set up their side trick and spades.
Yeah, so Edgerton actually doubles fairly quickly, even red-white. He's basically trading on his shape.
Yeah, it seems pretty reasonable. The 4-heart tends to be preemptive. Obviously, North has a pretty good hand with a side king, with partner being passed.
Yeah, I think it's a little dangerous when East could make a card showing double, but you have to worry, especially against a very aggressive pair like North South here, that that is your hand and partner just was stuck with even with 5 or 6 spades.
Yeah. Okay. So, what do we do with South here? Now that partner has expressed values, is South going to bid on to 5 hearts?
Oh, I think with 2 aces, yeah. I think with 2 aces, you have to hit this.
Okay, you decide to double rather than bidding on to the 5 level?
At these colors, yeah. I think when you bid 5 hearts, it's 450, and if partner can redouble this and I have 2 aces, don't I think 500's in play?
Sure. Yeah. Whoa!
And in fact, so they can get it 800.
Oh my, big result coming in on board 18.
I guess we're now seeing why it was so slow.
Yeah, 1 heart doubled in the north.
Wow. So Bathurst has not done what I expected. A little surprised, obviously. Well, obviously I'm surprised, but I thought he would do the other thing.
I think 5 hearts is safe to some extent. That
yeah, I just if partner can make that redouble. When I'm looking at 2 aces, I'm liking my chances on defense at these colors. Particularly against an aggressive pair like East-West, where we know they're often going to be reopening on light values because they just do so much bidding.
That's fair, but if we swap the hands around just a little bit, like make hearts 2-0 instead of 1-1, and don't give North a diamond void, then I mean you're right here. Like if South gets off to a diamond opening lead and then gets back in with the club ace and gives partner another diamond ruff, we're looking at down 3 and 800.
Yeah, it's 800. I mean, it's true. It's hard to criticize South when he knows 5 hearts is cold, and as you say, a slightly different layout would make 4 spades double disaster. So,
I mean, so I think something 5 hearts has going for it is when we have all of these hearts between us, East-West might have a heart void, and then 5 spades might get bid. So you could have doubled 4 spades to collect whatever it was, but maybe you can double 5 spades by pushing them up a bit.
Maybe, although, having been put on notice by the redouble, I don't know how fast East-West are going to be to bid 5 spades right against white.
Well, East quickly gets off to the best lead, which is going to hold this contract to 11 tricks.
Yep, so it'll be fairly quick. 450. So I'm looking at 1 heart at the other table. So it looked like this was a bit of a method swing. We're in this room. West bid one spade, probably showing a balanced hand of approximately the strength he had. At the other table, Berkowitz just made the more traditional redouble, and that forced North South to do something, and that something was playing their best fit, which is one heart, but it's still just a total nightmare.
Yeah, I wonder if Edgerton didn't have a redouble available or just decided, especially based on their partnership opening so late, that even with 11 highs, but only 2-2 in the majors, he wasn't willing to go for a penalty.
Yeah, it's very possible too.
All right, Hurd is going to play this hand out. I think we brought this up a little bit earlier when I was talking with Danny about it, that in these long matches, sometimes the chip damage on the imps, getting 1 imp here for an overtrick, 2 imps here for another overtrick, can make a big difference. That can add up to a game swing over the course of the whole match.
Yeah, that's for sure. And also, when you run these long suits, East-West do have to be a little bit concerned about whether it does matter. So, especially at the 5 level. So it puts a lot of mental pressure on East-West, which maybe against a 4-handed team later in the day, you're kind of glad that you made them work, to save every imp earlier.
Yeah, and we do see the result coming through in the other room. 4 hearts did make 12 tricks. I'm going to quickly look at the opening lead. It was a diamond, so Declare had no issues taking 12 tricks over there. But one of the things the defenders are probably thinking about right now is they've now counted out Declare for 8 hearts. They've seen the ace of spades take trick 1, and they see the ace of diamonds, or ace of clubs in dummy. So that's 10 tricks. If Declare has the club king, then they already have the contract made. So both East and West are going to be playing their partner for the king of clubs on defense. And that could cause them to potentially ditch all of their clubs and hold on to diamonds and spades.
Yeah, so I think West may have made a sort of a very subtle slip up here. So when East led the jack, if West can be sure that it includes the 10, which I think on this kind of bidding is basically a guarantee, he should probably dump the king. And I think after the redouble, that would tell everyone what's going on in the club suit.
Yeah, that makes sense as well.
North is marked with high cards outside of his trump suit when he makes that redouble. So you want to passing as much information as possible about where they are. Yeah, this queen of spades play, I think, is really going to convince East that the king of spades is in North.
Well, if that's the case, then Declare also has 11 tricks. So I think, again, both East and West are going to have to assume their partner has the missing cards. That means 11 tricks is not making.
I think East-West have to be pretty sure that they're just trying to save an imp, that it's just not possible. Well, also, they know they I guess it's possible that North has, I don't even know what. Like, because, with a club honor split, North can't have Queen Jack of clubs because each of them is looking at one of those two.
Yeah, I mean, from East perspective, North could have Queen Doubleton, I guess, and a Singleton Diamond.
Right, but then how does the redouble make any sense?
I mean, Ace, King, Queen, Jack, 8th. It's better than, King, Queen, Jack, 8th.
No, it is, but I think, I just don't think that's what redouble shows. I think redouble says, partner, I had a hand where I was bidding to make, and that can't just be it's solid and out. But, these pseudo-squeeze hands are very, very difficult. It's going to be really hard for West to unguard this ace of diamonds. North, from his point of view, North's redouble could have been based on the king of diamonds.
Yeah, so, I suspect that West is going to pitch a diamond and then a spade.
Yeah, I think that's right. But even if North keeps one trump, he's still going to have to find a third pitch after that.
Yeah, But we'll see what East does, because I think East should do his best to hold on to spades and clubs. I think he should be content to pitch his diamonds and let his partner hold the diamonds.
Yeah, it is weird that West pitched the queen of spades and not the king. It feels like if he's trying to send the message, partner, guard your 10 of spades, that was kind of a strange way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, there's actually it's very difficult for East-West to do the right thing. I mean, East does need to throw his diamonds and save his spades.
Yeah, of course, we can see we're all just talking about a single over trick, but you notice Hurt has actually made a nice play pitching 2 clubs from dummy, because now the defense isn't going to be super worried about that 4th club being a trick, but that 3rd club in his hand might be, unbeknownst to them.
Yeah, and holding all of this queen third of diamonds in dummy is also kind of doing the thing that Hurd wants, because this is making it a little more dangerous for the opponents to discard diamonds, because if they discard too many, that queen of diamonds could easily set up. So...
Yeah, I think West has to be a little bit worried about Declare taking 3 diamond tricks if he's the one with King Doubleton. Yeah, this feels like the kind of thing we're going to be seeing next weekend in the Risinger. Agonizing to make sure you don't accidentally blow a trick to cost your team an entire board. Of course, we can see that, even if they do screw it up, it's for a push at worst, since their teammates did make that over trick.
Right.
Yeah, I think this is, the kind of thing that some players in North's position would just, play quickly, maybe even just make a claim. Hurd, making everyone work, for every imp here, which I think is very good strategy in a tied match, but something that I think a lot of us sometimes forget to do.
Definitely. So
meanwhile, I think we've talked this hand to death. I'm going to take a look at the scoreboard and fill in some of the first round results for the Kibitzers if you want.
Sure, go ahead. Yeah.
Like at this point, if there's any more points of interest, I'm not smart enough to find them.
Well, I mean, I think the end position is actually fascinating, depending on what East elects to discard. But we can.
Oh, I think a couple tricks from now. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm probably just going to let East make his decision first. As you say, we've kind of talked the hand to death a little bit, and if East is on the ball about West having the ace jack of diamonds remaining, then pitching diamonds seems like the right way to go. It maintains maximum flexibility in the black suits for East-West. And that's going to be important, because for example, if West throws the king of spades, just as a clear example, then the 9-8 of spades will actually be able to force out the 10, and Declare will get a club discard. So there's a lot of ways for the defense to go wrong here.
Yeah, that's true. I missed the power of the spade spots, but they have to be very careful there to avoid letting Declare score that trick. So we have Leibowitz is over Freeman by 14 imps, 19-5. That's by far the lowest scoring match, which is usually a sign of strong play. Fleischer is beating Wademark, I'm not sure how that would be pronounced, by a solid 32. Zimmerman 7 over Goldberg. Street is ahead 33-25 against the Bernal team, with kind of a transnational team of Frenchmen and Brazilians, I believe. Braymark, a very good team with the 15 seed, is beating the Gold Zia team, Nottenbelt, by 15. And we have Jester by 13 over Almoyles, another close match heading in second quarter, and Goodman is losing to Hahn 32-25. So other than Fleischer, all these matches are within a dozen imps or less.
Yeah.
Sorry, 15 imps or less.
Yeah, okay. So East has elected to pitch a club, and this is going to test West a little bit.
Yeah, so West now absolutely has to keep all three clubs. But now I think on this second to last heart, he can pitch a diamond safely.
Yeah, but West has to keep the king of spades as well, otherwise the spade suit gets set up. So West is
right, but
going to have to throw the ace of diamonds.
No, he can pitch. He only needs to find one more pitch, right? He can just pitch the jack.
Oh, but declare will cash the last trump.
Right, but now West can just pitch the king of spades because the diamonds are winners. Declare now if he exits with the spade, the defense takes 2 tricks, the spade and the diamond.
All right, Declare has gone.
Right, Declare can't cash all of his.
Yeah, Declare has gone down a different route. So this actually is quite a reasonable play as well. If West happened to have the ace and king of diamonds, now on this diamond return, the last heart would catch the opponents in a double squeeze.
In a squeeze, yeah. Yeah, so I think now it's safe for East to pitch either minor.
Wait a second. The clubs are blocked. Declare actually had a guard squeeze here, or maybe some sort of weird guard squeeze.
Oh, right.
But
yeah, to pitch
Declare needed to pitch the 9 of clubs earlier. This is obviously the defense could have done things a little bit different if Declare had unblocked that club 9, but
yeah. And I think if Declare had unblocked the club 9, that would give away the show a little bit.
Sure, maybe.
You know, that play wouldn't make any sense unless Declare had 3 clubs.
Well, he's probably staring at this position now and realizing. I mean, he knows West is down to 3 clubs, so
yeah.
But 1 imp, well thought, and Hans does pick that one up.
Yeah, really made him work for it.
Yeah, I'm guessing we're now substantially behind the other room. No, the other room has not finished the next board yet.
Your guess is
not correct. Well, all right. So West passes in first seat. North has a pretty good hand, 21 count. Are they a strong club pair? I have not pulled up the North-South convention card here.
They are not actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so North does upgrade his hand, I think, as most experts would, with the strong 5-card suit and all aces and kings.
And we've grown accustomed to this from watching Wibbly a few times, but never one to shy away from an overcall if he has 13 cards in his hand.
Yeah, so South presumably is going to pass now, showing values, and if North reopens with double, he has to decide whether to, whether to try to go after East-West. And North might just try 3-no trump here, but I think he's going to double. Like, once South shows values, North knows that he's got a game.
Yeah. Okay. North has tried 3 hearts, just bidding his suit, which is also a reasonable attempt. One of the things that I've always thought in some of these longer matches is if you're aware that the opponents are making some of these hyper-aggressive bids, then it's often important to lay down the law a little bit early
100%.
And just start doubling them and try and get them to get out of their comfort zone, like make them a little bit hesitant to overcall.
Yeah, and particularly at Imps, if you make a double, like from South's point of view, he's got at least two tricks. His partner opened two clubs. Is he really getting any less than 500? It seems unlikely. And you know what? If you can make 630 and it costs you four Imps, as you say, a good investment in rattling the opponent. Um, trying to put them on notice. But also, some of the time you're getting 1100.
Yeah.
So if East West are going to be bidding like this, you just go after as many penalties as you can, in my opinion. And some of the time it costs you a couple of imps, and some of the times it wins you double-digit swings.
So we get the 10 of clubs lead now. I mean, on the surface, it looks like the Queen of Hearts is likely to be on side. So we'll say we don't have a trump loser. We don't have a club loser because the club finesse is likely working. But
you have to be a little worried about this trick getting roughed, but there's nothing you can do about it.
So I'm thinking that the first plan here is to win the Jack of Clubs and then lead the 10 of Hearts. And I don't know exactly what's going to happen from there, because despite the 5-0 trump split, Declare can use the spades to discard a diamond loser.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at that. I mean, your entry position is not great for that plan, unfortunately.
The Ace of Clubs is still...
maybe you don't lead the 10 of Hearts in the hope that you end up getting to use the 10 of Hearts as an entry at some point.
Well, the other room bid 3 no trump, and that contract is a lot easier for Declare to make. And so this is going to be a big deal if North ends up going down.
Yeah, I think from Bathurst's point of view, when he raised to 4 hearts, North's actual hand, where he has a balanced no turn hand with only 5 hearts, is much less likely than the hand where he just had a normal strong 2-bid in hearts. So, I think despite having 2 club stoppers, South wasn't particularly tempted to try 3 no trump.
Yeah. Reasonable thought, but has not made North's life easier on this one.
Yeah, so in fact, in the other room, hearts were never bid. North opened a strong club and just showed his hand as the no trump of the appropriate range. Much, much simpler, of course, to be playing 3 no trump on this hand.
Yeah, and I think all credit to the 3 club overcall, right? When the opponents don't get you on this type of hand, then you're very excited that you've been able to stick it in there. And all right, so the 10 of Hearts does get run. I'm a little surprised West didn't cover, but it looks like there's no harm in not covering.
Yeah. I'd say, I think North's choice to bid 3 hearts seems reasonable, but, it is a bit of a distortion, and I think that's what led to this, potential game swing.
Yeah, I expect... I mean, at this point, I think there's almost no chance Hurd goes down. He's kind of end played into going Ace of Spades, Queen of Spades, which is just going to work out. He'll need to guess the diamonds, but the diamonds are kind of as you expect.
So he plays... Yeah, but he doesn't have an entry to dummy now.
No, he can just pull 3 rounds of trumps and use the Ace of Clubs to get over there.
So how do you want the play to go?
So it doesn't really matter the next couple tricks, but Ace of Spades, Queen of Spades, East wins and leads a club.
Okay.
Right? And so now if West roughs, then obviously Declare can just pull trumps. Oh, no. He needs to play Ace King of Hearts now. I'm sorry. East has 2 entries to get to give club roughs if he doesn't. So Ace King of Hearts, and now we go Ace Queen of Spades.
Okay. So East wins.
Right, and now East leads a club, and if West...
So does he, though? What if East just plays Ace of Diamonds, Diamond?
Well, then Declare wins 2 diamonds and loses a heart and the Ace of...
Oh, sorry, East can lead a low diamond.
Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, this is actually very interesting then, right? I guess the defense can always come out on top.
Yeah, so we have one of the kibitzers pointing out to me that three clubs also increases the variance, which, as a team with deficit playing against a high level team like Levine maybe is what East West are looking for.
Yeah, it's possible, but I think that's just how they play. I
think so too.
I don't believe that there's anything special about Levine here for the Hans team.
I mean, they didn't get on a 17-hour flight just to pass.
That's true. Yeah. Okay, so if my plan, which looked good on the surface, doesn't work, then Herd is going to need to come up with an alternative. And
well, I mean, he might just try King of Hearts Heart. Figuring that West is going to be down to only pointed suits, and whichever one he leads is, a synthetic dummy entry.
Well, but I mean, then West just returns diamonds, and I don't think you have any hope from there. You need to get the spades set up.
Well, you do when West has both the ace king of diamonds.
Yeah. Probably unlikely on the auction, but I guess it's possible.
Yeah, but given that you only have one dummy entry, if you can get a synthetic second one, that's probably good for you.
I think he's going to go with my plan because it's not so clear from East's perspective to lead a low diamond from ace-10 third when he gets in with the spade king. Now East might also duck the queen of spades, and I haven't really worked out what happens if he does that. It's possible Declare just goes down per force.
I think he might, right? Because what can he really do at that point? If he leads a club to dummy, then that gets roughed, and he's going to be playing out of his hand. If he plays a heart to West, West can just exit with the spade.
All right, we'll see. I'm expecting ace of spades, queen of spades. I just...
Yeah, as am I. That just seems like the most natural thing for Declare at this point. Yeah, so in the other room, there are a couple of boards ahead of us, so we'll at least have some comparisons to look at when we get to them. Yeah, so this also, against a very aggressive pair, from Herd's point of view, he knows East probably has something in one of the pointed suits because his club suit is known to be exactly what it was, but, I don't think from the carding he has any idea what it might be. Like, Wibbly, I guess, did pitch an encouraging spade, but that doesn't really mean anything. In a position where his partner doesn't have much to do. There's no reason to card super, honestly. Like he did here, but if he had 8-7-5 4 spades, I think, or 8-7-5, whatever it was, he might have also done the same thing.
Yeah, agree.
And I guess also Herd doesn't necessarily know that the spade was low since he's missing all the low spots.
Right. So, yeah, a lot of uncertainty about where all of the honors are makes Declare's life even more difficult.
I wonder, would you consider leading the queen of spades not the ace?
No. This is one of those situations where, if you lead the queen of spades, then I think East is way more likely to duck. Because you don't want to play the king of spades.
Right, but that's what you want.
Wait, we do?
It's a trick.
Well, yeah, but I think ace of spades, queen of spades, if East ducks, we have no play. So if we lead the queen of spades and East ducks, it's the same situation, right?
Maybe, but that gets us up to, now we can exit a heart and take 2 spades and 4 hearts is 6 and 3 clubs is 9 and just hope to guess the diamonds.
Okay, interesting point.
And one way or another, Declare knows he's going to need both good luck and good guessing to make this hand.
Yeah. Wait, so then what's the difference between ace of spades, queen of spades, and just exiting the queen now? I don't know. It feels like...
Well, I think the difference is the queen is much more likely to hold the trick if you lead it now.
Yeah, I still think I don't want that, but I guess it's...
Yeah, I think against perfect defense, you don't want that, but against human defense that might err, the queen might be better. I'm not sure. It's super complicated hand, obviously. Yeah, I'm very complicated for the defense too, which is going to have to be pretty on to do the right thing here.
Yeah, I think you might be right that East needs to win the Spade King and then needs to lead a low diamond to beat this.
So let's suppose he wins and just returns a spade.
Well, now, as mentioned, we can just knock out the heart queen.
Right, and then West leads a diamond again. If Declare guesses that right, then he just makes. He'll lose a heart, a diamond, and a spade.
Yeah, so it kind of seems like no matter what you do, whether you go ace of spades, queen of spades, or lead the queen of spades, the only defense on this layout for East is to win and lead a low diamond.
Mm-hmm.
But I again, like, we can see the diamond layout, so Declare doesn't know about that. Declare doesn't know if the spade finesse is actually working.
Yeah, and I didn't see the order in which West played his heart spots, but I wonder if he played them very aggressively from the bottom to suggest something in diamonds. Mm-hmm. I would think he did. In that case, East, has a little bit of information to go on.
Sure. That's a good point.
I do wonder if Hurd is just considering exiting with the Jack of Hearts, given how long he's taking.
That almost feels like a concession to me, because you're requiring the ace-queen of diamonds to be onside.
I think another possibility is, I wouldn't expect this pair to fall for it, but against weaker opponents, you might try the king of clubs and hope West roughs it and doesn't realize that he doesn't want to be on lead at this position.
Sure. Although I think even that beats it, because then...
it does, yeah, but... Yeah, because now West can just play a diamond before the king of spades is dislodged.
Well, fascinating end position. After board 19, Hurd has had his fair share of fun hands to declare in these first 5 boards of the set.
I think 19 was fun. This is less fun.
Yeah, maybe a little bit less fun when you're essentially trying to hold the hand to...
Yeah, running your solid 8 card suit is pretty fun. Yes. So, yeah, I wonder. I don't know what the time controls are like in this. They're playing with regular cards, right? So there's not the kind of strict tracking we had seen in some of the international events like the trials and possibly Premier
Yeah,
League.
so I think it's 10 minutes aboard is what they get.
Yeah, I guess that's right. Yeah, 2.5 hours per segment. So, behind screens, you certainly need some extra time, but that's a pretty generous allowance.
Yeah. Well, I guess Hurd is taking over for his old partner, Joel Wooldridge, as being the slowest player in the room. Okay, he does exit a heart. This is surprising to me, but...
I think this is playing for both diamonds on side.
It definitely is. And, I mean, maybe this is the only chance against a layout of the opponent's cards because, as we said, if he did exit spades, East could always win and lead a low diamond.
Yeah, that's right. Against the actual layout, there's legitimate defense, so this just gives up the chance of a defensive error, but plays for the straightforward hand was always making a
Yeah,
chance.
so reasonable attempt. Although I think this is going to make the defense's job pretty easy. Whibley hasn't found his discard yet. He is maybe a little concerned about ditching a club that would give Declare 2 entries to the dummy by overtaking the king of clubs.
Yeah, and West, let's see, if West wins and plays a spade, Declare is back in it, right? So West does have to be a little careful here.
So I think if East pitches a spade, this is going to make the defense somewhat straightforward. West will know not to play spades at that point. He's seen his partner pitch twice from that suit. And so a diamond's going to be indicated.
Yeah, and I think West probably knows Declare has 3 diamonds, right? Because if he's had 5 diamonds to go with his long clubs, he probably would have tried to no trump.
Dummy started with 3 diamonds as well. So East was 4-0-3-6 originally.
Yeah. Sorry, I was thinking it was 3-0-4-6, but you're right. Yeah, I wonder if Whibley is also, wondering what Hurd was thinking about so much, whether there's, something really, really strange going on here.
Yeah, all he needs to do is avoid pitching a diamond because that would allow Declare to score his extra spade trick without the defense cashing the 3rd diamond. West would have no more entries.
Right. Yeah, I think a diamond pitch looks pretty unnatural from this holding.
Yeah, I'm sure he's just worried about this this club discard. Otherwise, it would be perfectly safe. You're looking at this club holding and thinking, well, Declare has king doubleton, dummy has ace doubleton. Why should I need to hold on to both these clubs? Well, the reason is that if you discard, then South actually does have 2 entries. And that might not be important here. But that spade suit does look threatening.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, it's kind of interesting because from East's point of view, that shouldn't be threatening at all because he's thrilled if Declare is using these dummies entries to take finesses to him.
Yeah, but I'm kind of worried. East pitches a club, then West switches to spades. Declare goes ace of spades, queen of spades. East ducks to kind of prevent the spade suit from getting set up, but then king of clubs to the ace. And now we lead the jack of spades, setting up a spade trick and dummy with the 7 of clubs as an entry.
Yeah. It's true.
So I think as East, the easiest way against this actual layout of the cards, if he knows what's going on the entire hand, is to just ditch a spade. That way his partner can't do the wrong thing.
Yeah, agreed.
Well, I wonder if now, after East discards, we're going to see West in the tank for another 10 minutes. He pitches a diamond. Oh, no.
It's funny, the longer he thought, the more sorrow I was feeling for him, and I do wonder, maybe he's playing his partner for the queen of spades and thinks he needs to guard 3 spades. Yeah, one of the coaches is pointing out that it's possible East doesn't realize West is about to win this trick, but I think the combination of using one of his few dummy entries to lead the 10 of hearts and agonizing at the previous trick, or agonizing at this trick, is a pretty good indication that West did have this trump trick. Like, the 10 of hearts play wouldn't make sense otherwise.
All right. Well, that means we do have ourselves a push board. There's no way for West to get in.
Well, not quite, right? It's still going to be 1 imp to Hans for making that over trigger. Oh, sorry, you're right. 630 and 620. I was thinking it was 660. Wow.
Well, next weekend they would have lost the board anyway, despite Herd's performance.
Yeah, so pretty big missed opportunity for East West to pick up a game swing and get the match back to effectively even.
Yeah. And they've had some chances, but unfortunately for them, it has not panned out for the most part.
Yeah, I think this is one that, I'm sure he's capable of putting it aside and moving on to the next board, but I think if they lose this match, this is one that's going to keep him up at night.
Well, Wibbly wins the Spade King and now is going to try a diamond, but his partner does not have the king. So 10 tricks.
Yeah, so Herd is certainly going to be pretty happy to have gotten away with being in a much inferior
contract. Might get a raise after that one. That was very nicely done, attempted by Herd, and he gets away with it.
Yeah.
So, on to board 21.
I think besides the technical chance of finding both diamonds on side, this little extra chance of leading the last heart and forcing East to find one more pitch turned out to be very wise.
All right, so East has a big hand here. 17 count, opens a diamond. South comes in with a spade.
West, I suspect, will show his hearts, just given the partnership style, but we'll see.
You think with the negative double? Oh.
I think we've seen this method before, actually, where 2 clubs showed hearts. Didn't we see that in one of their matches yesterday or in the round robin?
Maybe.
Or Swiss, rather? We saw this from one pair, and I thought it was this one.
Huh. Well, it does look like they do have a nice little gadget. 2 clubs appears to be like a non-forcing bid, most likely in one of the majors. And
well, hearts therefore, since South has spades.
Oh yes, good point. Okay. Good try, me. I almost confused the entire audience. Maybe West was just trying to bid a spade suit naturally. Hey, we saw that in the previous set where South bid 5 diamonds and ended up playing there in the 3-1 fit.
So North-South, despite their 9-card spade fit, are in a world of trouble here, where East-West can't make a game.
Yeah, very true. Can't make no trump because the North-South run spades, and can't make a 5 diamond contract because they have 3 top losers. So
yeah, so I think East double, either diamonds or card showing. He doesn't really care which. I think it's still going to be tough for East West to penalize 3 spades, but it's going to be down 2 pretty quickly.
Yeah, as it was in the other room.
Mm-hmm.
So the other table, they kind of got there directly. Actually, David Berkowitz on the West hand, even a little bit more aggressive, jumps to 3 hearts, preemptive, after the 1 spade overcall.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Mextra let that go so easily with this very strong hand, but I guess he could tell that there was no future and you might as well just defend red-white.
Okay, well, Wibbly has another opportunity to take a call here. 4 diamonds will make, so if he does balance, that's probably where they'll end up.
Yeah, I suspect playing match points, Mextra would have taken a shot at 3 spades, but at imps, not much reason to.
Yeah. Although it could have generated quite a large swing. Well, we'll see what Wibbly does.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously your opponents also know they're red-white, so, they turn out to have two flat matching hands, but some of the time they're going to have shortness in one suit or another, and then three spades is going to be close to making.
Yeah. So Whibley does elect to balance. I mean, can't really fault him for it. He doesn't. He has very little defense against spades. I mean, ace king of clubs are probably good, but the 6-card diamond suit is.
If his partner's suit was ace six instead of king six, they would have an easy 5-minor game.
Right. And so he does balance with 4 clubs.
Yeah, I think West will just take the preference, and it'll be 4 diamonds east-west for another mild pickup to the Levine team.
Yeah. Match is getting a little bit out of hand for Hans, therefore. I mean, still a lot of bridge to play, but it doesn't feel great.
Yeah, 19 imps with 40 boards left is, you'd always rather not be stuck, but it's just not a big deal.
Definitely. Yeah, they do have opportunities.
Particularly with Levine still having 15 of his boards to play.
Yeah, still plenty of chances to come back. Although my concern would be a little bit that it feels as if, from East-West perspective in this room, it looks like they're well behind on a lot of the decisions. Like they had the opportunity to beat 4 hearts on the previous hand and did not do it. And then a couple of the other boards, like board 18, maybe they had no way to go after a penalty, but when they see their teammates' comparison, they'll probably realize that 1 heart doubled would have netted them a huge score.
Yeah, and I think they probably think it's a mostly flat set other than that 620, and even that, I think they're going to, they know they missed an opportunity, but I think they're going to know there's a good chance their teammates are in 3-0 trump. From East-West's point of view here, this looks like kind of a nothing set.
Yep.
Which is sort of, other than the 800, it kind of is.
Yeah, definitely.
So Declare is just going to have to pick off the Queen of Diamonds to make his contract, which I think on this kind of bidding, there's really no reason to take that finesse.
Yeah, I agree that, South has overcalled, North has made this mixed raise or whatever.
Yeah, you just have no distributional clues. Other than knowing spades are 5-4 the way they are, you really just have no clues to distribution, which suggests taking the normal play.
So additionally, having already seen North turn up with the ace and queen of spades, give North the queen of diamonds and queen of hearts, and now that's looking more like a limit raise than just a mixed raise.
Yeah, very good point also. Yeah, so I think he'll probably take 10 or 15 seconds to double check everything and then bang down the ace king of diamonds.
Sounds right to me. So expecting 2 imps then as the swing, going the way of Levine.
3 imp. Oh, sorry, 130 is 2 imps. You're right. I was thinking 110. Yeah. And it's possible he'll cross the ace of diamonds, cross the jack of clubs, lead a diamond, and then do his thinking. Yeah, as predicted, this is the 15-second take stock box.
Yeah, you're right on the money. I'm going to be timing this, so if he goes over the 15 seconds, I'm charging you.
Fair. Yeah, East-West certainly have no contribution so far to this table time trouble.
Yeah.
It is quite slow. It took an hour and 5 minutes to play the first 5 hands. So,
right, and we were commenting earlier. We were talking earlier about how Levine, has some sight issues and might be a little bit slower for that reason. But Levine is out for this set.
Yeah, and Levine, I would guess, particularly given that there was an issue with that in the trials, I'm sure he gets an accommodation quite reasonably, but none of these players, of
Right.
course, do. And does Levine use uh, large print
I
card? Do
do
you
not
know?
know.
I believe he has an assistant helping him to sort and double check his
That's what I
hand.
heard as well. That he has someone helping him.
Yeah. Yeah, I think actually in an aging ACBL, you expect that to become more common. I'm a little surprised it isn't already. All right, well, I don't know what your timer says, but I suspect we're well over the 1 minute mark at this
We
point.
definitely are. Um, yeah, I still think Declare is going to get this one right. I think for a lot of the reasons already mentioned, that
Yeah.
it just seems likely South has the Diamond Queen. It seems likely the distribution is pretty flat for North South.
Yeah, I think 100%, but, in a high stakes, from his point of view, very close match, if there's 5 imps riding on this decision, you really want to make sure that you're taking your best odds play. So, yeah, as predicted, he does lead a club to the jack to maximize his possibility of doing the wrong
And
thing.
he did do the wrong thing,
Yeah.
so it's actually a few more imps, 6 imps going the way of Levine. That's going to be a
Yeah.
disappointing result. As we mentioned, 3 spades was not making. So, well, on to board 22.
Yeah, another one that he's going to be a little regretful about. If you're going to take out from an opponent's contract going down to your own contract, you really want to make sure you go plus.
Okay, 1 club by East. Now, I was going to say I can probably guess the auction in the other room, how they got to 2 spades. It probably took all of 1 bid. But
Right. Maybe, although I would be overcalling with a West hand like a shot.
yeah, that's a good point. Although
Yeah, no,
maybe
it actually,
East didn't open. Okay, let's re-guess.
Yeah, when it started pass. Yeah.
Oh wow, Hans did not open, but East also didn't open Mextroth, and so South was able to take 2 calls with his 9 count, 5-4 in the majors. Well,
So this with spades 5-2 and North having both aces, the jack of clubs dropping. I think this is just cold,
it
right?
definitely is, and West is effectively going to have to play for that on a spade lead. Now, North hasn't led a spade yet. This frequently is one of these auctions where the opponents are ready for a spade lead, so North could have tried his club suit, but he does go after spades. So now Bathurst is going to do his best to convince the opponents that he has a hard entry. He's going to win the jack of spades and return the king.
He may even play king queen of spades to try to emphasize
Yeah,
the message more.
that's a good point as well. Yep, king of spades, queen of spades, really show off that I want you to lead hearts, partner. No, he does cover the 10 with the jack, and now plays back the king.
So Declare does correctly win this. If he hadn't, South could have shifted to a heart.
Yep. Yeah, should know about the 5-2 spade split based on the auction.
Yeah, I think you have to be a little worried about a 4-card overcall, but just got to go with the odds and hope that it's this position.
Yeah, this start is a little bit concerning to me from Declare.
Yeah, he's in danger of cutting himself off, although he only needs 2 club tricks and he has 3 of them in his hand, so if he just catches the aces on side, he doesn't need to worry about losing the 4th
Well,
round.
the issue is now, what if North had the jack of clubs?
I think this price.
We run the diamonds and then we lead a club to the king and North
Oh,
ducks.
I see. Now we're entries. Now we need a second entry to hand and we don't have one.
I mean, it's possible West was just fooled based on that Jack of Spades King. So I don't think he was, but he might be worried that South is likely to have one of these aces and thinking, I may as well cash my diamonds before I go down even more.
That's possible. Although I think, yeah, at imps against, a normally aggressive north-south pair, like, not hyper-aggressive, but just normal modern bidding, this hand is in play, and I think you just gotta try to take your 12 imp swings where you can.
I completely agree, which is why I'm kind of in shock that West didn't lead a club up immediately. You could then use the diamond suit to lead another club up later.
Yeah, if South has an entry, you're never making it anyway. Even at worst, you're going to be down 2, and this way he's still down 2 because he's going to take 6 times the ace of spades. So, there's not really any advantage taking this play that I can see.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it probably gets you a little bit more information, but
Yeah, but the information is just totally useless to you, right? South either can win an ace and run a suit, or he can't. It's like it's worse if they tell you, then you know it's coming.
I guess you're down 3, actually, if South has the heart ace, right? Because when you lead a club, North flies, they lead a low heart, you have to pop king, otherwise you can't make it, and now you've just lost 2 heart tricks.
Wait, but you still...
You lose two hearts, the ace of clubs, and 4 spades.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, so Declare getting a little bit lucky with that Jack of clubs falling.
Indeed.
And now the low heart,
Yeah,
but he does fly king.
Yeah, so after all that, he makes an overcheck.
Yeah, well done. Well done.
Yeah, so a pretty badly needed swing to east-west to get the quarter back to, 8 or 9 imp deficit? 11.
Right.
23 to 12.
Yeah, and that's the match deficit as well, because they came in tied, 44 all.
Mm-hmm.
So,
right.
Showcasing a little bit of system difference. I mean, when East gets to open that 11 count in first seat, West is always game forcing with a 12 count and a good 6-card diamond suit. In the other room, East was unable to open systemically, and then they just never really found out that they had the values for game.
Yeah, so hyper aggressive overcall by West here.
In New Zealand, they just call them overcalls. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, this certainly to American eyes looks a little, a little questionable. But yeah, as you say, this pair has a style, and they definitely, live or die with it. And here it's going to be probably a push. I think he's still get the partnership to 4 hearts pretty quickly, and they need slightly better spade spots to make that.
Yeah, it looks like a diamond, a club, and 2 spades to lose.
Yeah, I don't think there's any real end play possibilities, even with hearts 2-2.
If we get the king of diamonds lead, there are some chances for Declare. Okay, we get the king of diamonds lead. All right, let's see it. So Declare can pitch a spade on the 3rd diamond, and then can go ace of spades spade. And if South doesn't unblock the queen, South will need to unblock the queen of spades under the ace later.
Mm-hmm.
But that's basically Declare's attempt at this point.
Well, except you also need to be roughing 2 clubs along the way, so when you exit your club, I think you need to do that before trumps are drawn, because you need those entries to dummy, and North can just rough the 3rd diamond.
I think he has time to do everything. He can pull 2 trumps and then exit a club. And now, presuming the defense continues playing minor suits, he can use 1 heart to get over to dummy to rough a club, and use the ace of spades
Spade
to ruff a club and then exit a low spade. Yeah, it's
that works. Unless
so there's again the defense needs to be a little bit careful on this one, but it does look like Four Hearts is likely to go down, but Bathurst will have to be on the ball after this diamond opening lead.
Yeah, and particularly, I think it's going to be a little hard for South to figure out quite how weak West was.
Okay, Declare continues a second diamond. Now, if the King of Diamonds opening lead is believed as a doubleton, then South, of course, could play another diamond and kind of skewer Declare's plans here. North will ruff. But, I mean, Hurd might have led the King of Diamonds hoping to hold the trick from King third.
Yeah, he did raise, so South has to be concerned about that. I mean, South can also just shift to the Queen of Spades profitably.
Yes. Yeah, the Queen of Spades switch would also work on this layout at least, but that's kind of a scary switch as well. Obviously, West could have King 10 third, for example.
Oh, but it's fine when West has that.
You think he'll just win the ace and hook into partner's jack? Yeah, that's possible.
Or the jack is just protected, right? Because you have the 9 and partner has at least 3 of them. Declared it can't be 5-5 in the majors. He wouldn't have bid this way. And it's true, Declare could win the king and run the 10 on that layout, but that's wildly unlikely.
Sure. It's still a little bit scary because, like, maybe you need to switch to clubs now to get some club tricks in.
Yeah, I think you don't know partner has those strong clubs, so or particularly those long clubs. So yeah, ace another club or even a low club, hoping to induce a misguess would be attractive.
And of course, if Bathurst likes none of those possibilities, he can safely just exit a trump. There's no way that goes badly from his side, looking at the ace, queen, and dummy.
Right. Well, I think he knows that Declare's suit has to be headed with the king.
Yeah.
And I guess it doesn't have to, but it's overwhelmingly likely after the overcall.
Now, this would be a completely different story if the 10 and 9 of spades were switched. Then South would really need to get spades going immediately, because otherwise the end play actually would work.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, South couldn't get out of his own way at that point. Actually, it's interesting because on your proposed line of play using the third round of hearts as an entry for that last club ruff, he could, because he could just pitch the 10.
Yeah. Good point.
Yes, in the other room, the auction was quite different, with North getting to open a natural precision style 2 clubs in third seat. Some extra made light but kind of normal takeout double to get both majors into play, even with the wrong minor suit shape. And West, of course, with this very good support as a passed hand just before hearts. And I think from West's point of view, even after the club raise, if he knows partner has a little bit of club length, that makes him more likely to have extra high cards, making 4 hearts even more of a favorite.
For sure. And the other room is actually well ahead of us at this point. They've finished 4 more boards than we have. Okay, so Bathurst does switch to a low club. I think this is very sensible. This is one of those situations where, the ace of clubs is on side if Declare has king doubleton, so you may as well switch to a low club now, hoping Declare misguesses.
Yeah, it just caters to so many layouts we're going plus. Now, a little tough for North here, I think. We can see anything he does is fine, but
I expect a club back.
Yeah, the only reason that I'm a little skeptical of that is the 6 of clubs play suggests a doubleton without the ace, and then if he returns one, Declare could just win the jack.
No. Then Declare would have ace doubleton.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Yeah, thank you. And one of the Kibitchers also pointed out that I missed that inference.
Yeah, a club return feels like pretty safe. Obviously, again, North can switch to trumps, also fairly safe. But
yeah, I think at this point, North and South kind of both can tell the spade suit is going to be the key to the hand. That'll make it easier on them because they'll have a pretty good idea of what each other's holdings are for Declare and not claiming.
Yeah, and the club return actually, okay, so he does return a club. South will play the ace. This is going to make the defense very straightforward for East-West because now that they've seen Declare show up with a club singleton, they basically know West shape once trumps get pulled.
Mm-hmm.
So South will know that he needs to unblock the spade queen under the ace or...
Mm-hmm.
So hurt to the queen, probably. Hurt to the 9. Nice finesse. Jack of clubs gets ruffed. Now King of Hearts to pull the last trump, and once Declare sees they are 2-2, he realizes he's in the game, needs to cash the 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, if he plays South for King Queen of Spades, he could rough this and lead a low spade. I don't think he will, but that would be another alternative on some auctions.
Yeah, that's also true. All right, so spade to the ace, and then the big moment on this hand is, does South unblock the spade queen? It shouldn't be a difficult Wait. Is this a... Uh-oh.
Yes. We'll see if they claim down one, then we'll know that there was a view graph error, which does sometimes happen. Sometimes the operators, just sort of like click the low card under the ace and, just adjust it when they make the claim.
Yeah, this could be a view graph error, or...
Yeah, it's possible that South just, played for a different layout.
It's one of those spots where there's not a lot of risk in unblocking the spade queen. Declare is playing a spade to the ace and a low spade back. Yeah. And if they had the king... Okay, we are getting undos.
Yeah, here we go. It would have been quite uncharacteristic of South to make that error.
Yeah, okay. I was pausing. But this is one of those positions where Declare's line of play is going to be spade to the ace, spade back. Yeah. And... So if West has the king, it doesn't matter if you've played the queen on the first round or the second round. It just your queen's gonna fall.
And similarly, if partner had king jack of spades, it doesn't matter which you play.
Yeah.
It only matters in this layout. Yeah. So as predicted, it was an operator error, and we do have
nice defense by Bathurst there to defeat the contract.
Yeah. So. On this board, we have the same contract, and is there anything to the play here?
Well, that's a very fast, hard opening lead. I don't believe North has any entries to get in to play another heart throw.
Yeah, and with the spades lying favorably for Declare, he's going to take at least 9 tricks.
Right. Now... So I assume Declare's line of play is going to be somewhat marked here. Although there's a little bit of difficulty. There's no second entry to West's hand, at least no quick second entry. You can lead a club to the queen, and that happens to work. But is it so obvious to win the ace of hearts and play 4 rounds of diamonds, pitching well, we can't do that, right? Our hand gets squeezed if we play 4 rounds of diamonds. That's funny. So I guess, is it so clear to play a club to the queen now?
It's a little scary because if it doesn't work, they lead a heart through and then continue clubs, and it's really the end of the world.
Yeah. Now, I mean, Declare could do something a little bit different. He could play 1 high diamond and then a low diamond to the... Okay, he could do this as well. Yeah, I was wondering, maybe we have to overtake one of our diamond honors. The squander's a diamond trick.
Yeah, so in the other room, Mexrith just chose to block the diamonds. He led the 7 of diamonds to dummy to lead a...
That was going to be my other thought, because if we need to lead a club to the queen anyway, we can afford to block the diamonds. We can unblock them later.
Right.
So that seems like a very long, far-sighted play that I think was really nice by Mexstroth in the other room.
Yeah, agreed. So here, South might just try a club for lack of anything better to do.
Yeah, it does.
I think he can out in the majors. He can see what's happening in diamonds. Probably, well, maybe he has to be concerned about his partner having the queen of diamonds. Yeah, if it looked like Declarer was trying to induce a cover with the jack.
I wonder if South had ducked to that spade trick. Is there any way he goes down? East goes down? Because then okay, fantasy land, right? Then when Declare cashes the ace of spades, South dumps the king to create an entry to his partner's hand in spades.
Well, I think wouldn't Declare just repeat the spade finesse, hoping that North had both king queen and everyone.
Yeah, but how do you get over to West's hand?
Oh, because he led a spade to the 10 and not a high one. Interesting.
Well, anyway, that hasn't happened. So South has switched to a club. I mean, this could work out well for the defense.
I think it's hard to put up the queen here.
Yeah, I agree. And if we do put in the 8 or 9 and force out the 10, Declare might then play a low club to the 9 on the next round.
And I think if North plays the jack, that's pretty likely, and even the 10. Yeah, I mean, the 10, I think, would be a little easier for Declare to figure out because, well, I mean, Declare knows he can't let North in, though, so he may just have to, he may play the 8 here, but I suspect he would go right on the next round just because when it's wrong, he's probably going down.
Yeah, although we don't know South has the 10 of hearts, right? So that 9 of hearts in dummy could still represent a stopper. It's not as if letting North in guarantees we go down on this hand.
Yeah, although South might just play a second low heart knowing that he wants to set up tricks and that having his partner lead them doesn't help him. Well, he does take the simple route of hoping the queen holds, which is going to work out quite well for him.
Yeah, now he can repeat the spade finesse, and he's squandered a trick in the diamond suit, so I believe he will end up losing an imp to Mexstroth at the other table. But he has his 9 tricks.
Yeah, I think he'll be fairly happy just to be plus in his hand, given that there were a lot of ways that it could have worked out less well for him.
For sure.
Yeah, you say nice play by Mexrith to win his side 1 imp.
Yeah, I really like leading blocking the diamond suit. I mean, so Wibbly's play here effectively was hoping that diamonds were 3-3 and that he could use his entries to take spade finesses there. But Mexstroth effectively was just saying, I'm going to use the queen of clubs as an entry. I'm like 50-50. And if it doesn't work, okay, great, I'm going to go down 4. But that's okay. I'm taking my best chance to make the game.
I think in a desperate moment, Wibbly might have had that finessing the 8 of diamonds in reserve. And as it is here, he's going to get that chance trick anyway.
Yeah, there was no unblock from South on the clubs.
Yeah, defense. Yeah, I think this is one where there's really no reason to unblock because when you do, it's a guaranteed declare as 9 tricks.
All right, push board, ultimately. We got 6 boards to play, and then there will be a break for dinner. So we're theoretically resuming play in about an hour and 45 minutes from now, 4 p.m. Eastern time.
And you've just called attention to it yourself, but this is your reminder to order yourself some
Yes,
food.
I know. I forgot to do this yesterday, and I was struggling, but I'm going to go ahead and do that while we check out this hand.
So I don't know what East opened, but I would guess it was not one spade.
Probably a no trump.
Yeah, and then what's North double? 4-card major, longer minor.
Yeah.
That would make sense. And redouble showing a maximum, and South has a decision to make here.
Yeah, what would you do as South over a no trump redoubled now?
Yeah, I guess 2 clubs asking for the minor seems reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, despite having 10 highs, your partner couldn't open the bidding. You're probably not looking to defend one no redoubled, I guess.
No, I think the question is if you bid 2 diamonds, just like quote unquote knowing what partner's minor is. So this looks like it's a pretty nice landing spot for North South here. They're off the ace of spades, 1 heart without having a singleton. Clubs are lying favorably, so as long as they manage their timing well so they don't end up losing some extra heart tricks, they're going to do just fine.
Okay, East has finally backed into 2 hearts, so...
Yeah.
Which makes sense. I mean, having opened a no trump already, East has not showed his 5-card heart suit.
And South is going to be pretty happy at playing in partners major here, even though we can see it's also a good trump suit for East West.
Yeah, the play is going to go a lot faster in 2 hearts than it would have in 2 diamonds, because I'm sure Wibbly would have led a diamond against 2 diamonds, and then Declare would have had a lot of thinking to do.
Yeah, so here it's just going to be a quick 9 tricks. This lead is going to promote the Jack of Clubs.
Yep, Declare can pull trumps, even despite the 4-1 break, and then lead a club up to the Jack.
And so 5 hearts, 3 aces, and a Jack of Clubs is 9 tricks for a push board against the 150 in the other room on a much quieter auction.
Yeah, 1 no trump all pass, and of course South once again would lead from their King, Queen, 10, 9, 5 of clubs. I mean, who wouldn't?
And I think a little noteworthy that neither South, well, we don't know if they had the option in the other room. This South could have shown a 4-card major, longer minor, and chose not to. And his partner, with as light a hand as he could possibly hold for that action, did.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of light balancing actions, and I'm not the type of player to ask about whether or not things should be balancing bids, but we've seen a lot of these light balancing actions over no trump openers throughout the past 2 days.
Yeah, I think I probably would have been inclined to make that Woolsey double as a South, just because of the stiff heart, because I know that if a transfer comes around to me, I'm going to want to bid, and I'd feel more comfortable if I'd shown my hand as precisely as possible a level earlier.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. Well, we have another big hand here from North.
Yeah, second solid 8-card heart suit.
Almost solid.
That hurt is held in this
Almost.
It's solid.
Partner always produces singleton queen, right? And there's no way to go wrong in diamonds, so I don't expect to see a swing on this one, but 6 hearts is there for the taking.
Yeah. So in the other room, did they make a slam try at any point? They really didn't. They just went two hearts and then four hearts after the same start. So we'll see if North takes a more aggressive course. Yeah, he does. He starts with three hearts. I think South will probably just raise this.
Yeah, so South does raise to four hearts. Now, I assume North is done. The void in partner suit, the spade suit, is a little bit unattractive. Sometimes you're going to get a club lead, and then you might just be down off the top. Yeah, so he does decide to pass it out. So no swing on this one. Looks like we're likely to get some sort of diamond guess from Declarer, which we can tell is irrelevant. Hopefully Herd doesn't put us through the run all 8 trumps before doing anything else plan.
Yeah, I think East is going to lead a club, which will probably force Declarer to... I mean, this... If he's going to be super careful, it's possible that he'll actually hold himself to 11 tricks after this lead.
Well, I think even if he just plays the Queen of Hearts, sees the 10, overtakes it, pulls trump, and leads a club to the king, he's just going to play a diamond to the 10.
Oh, so, you're right. Yes, that'll be pushed forward. In fact, let's see how the play went to the other table. Because I assume that club lead, the club lead was duplicated, seems totally normal. Interestingly, it was the 6 of clubs, 4th best. Berkowitz and Mextreth, either Mextreth made a slight false card on lead, or they're not playing 3rd, 5th, unlike most top expert pairs these days. So, in fact, the Declarer at the other table led the Queen of Hearts holding, and then let a diamond off dummy, and West presumably hopped ace because there was a claim immediately.
Yeah, so same line of play here. Queen of Hearts holds, and then Declarer led a diamond to the king. It held. Now Declarer can pull trumps. I mean, it's pretty safe to lead a diamond to trick 2 as well.
Yeah, I think the odds that you're going to run into a diamond or club rough are vanishingly small. On the other hand, you really don't want to have to explain to your teammates what happened.
Yeah.
Yet another quite strong hand for John Hurd here. We'll see if West opens 3 clubs, as I think this partnership probably would in first seed or white-red, right?
I'm not sure. We've seen them. I mean, they're pretty aggressive for their 2-level openers, but I'm not certain that this club suit is exactly what Edgerton wants for a 3-club opener. So he does decide to pass.
I'm sure it isn't, but when does that ever stop?
You're right. They did get on a 17-hour flight, and they're not here to pass. So 2-0 by North on his 20 count. This
is not how the auction
yes,
went.
Once again, not how the auction went.
So this is 3-no trump. The clubs and diamonds are, and I don't think they're going to take that 9 of clubs finesse, because East could have dropped the 10 from Jack 10 third fairly easily, or Jack 10 doubleton. But you're still going to take 4 diamonds, and 3 clubs is 7, and the heart is 8 off the top. So East presumably is going to lead a low spade here. No, he leads a diamond, I guess, knowing that South has 4 spades.
Yeah, I mean, East would have had a decision to make after spade to the king, spade to the ace, because he could set up his spade suit and hope the King of Hearts was an entry, but that would set up the 9th trick for Declarer.
Yeah, so I think here feels like a natural interplay might be uh, win in hand, club to the king, and run the eight of hearts, hoping for the 10 on side is kind of straightforward.
Yeah, that's pretty reasonable.
And then you can use the queen of diamonds entry later, you know, possibly 10 of diamonds even if the jack drops to continue hearts. Like, we can see, and we can see that any plan is going to work. Like, we can see that club finesse works, but I think in a high level match, you know, it's just so likely that East is making the, quote unquote mandatory false card.
Yeah, well, so you say any plan is likely to work. I mean, if Declarer tries to set up heart tricks, the defense can score 2 hearts and 3 spades.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you're right.
I
so, so in the other room, the opening lead was a low spade, and the East, as you mentioned, did just continue to suit, and that conceded the ninth trick
yeah,
immediately.
so this is going to make things a little bit more challenging for Declare. Was there a Stamen auction, or was it just 2-no, 3-no?
Good question. The auction was no, it was a strong club auction because they're playing precision.
Yeah,
so strong.
More importantly, there was no Stamen bid. It effectively was 2-no, 3-no.
Right.
So yeah, Mextroth did not have the same inference as Wibbly did here, and that's why he got off to the spade lead.
Right. In fact, there was no reason for Sal to investigate because he's double showed the majors. Yeah, so as predicted, Declare is not tempted to take that club finesse. Well, maybe he'd be tempted later, but he played that eight of hearts pretty quickly.
Yeah, alright. So if the defense just continues diamonds, Declare can set up his ninth trick by going ace of hearts heart. And then East would have to find a spade switch. Now, this line of play is not crazy from Declare's perspective. I mean, for one thing, the defense would have to find the spade switch, but then the spades might just be blocked in some manner.
Yeah, I don't think so. Let's see. So what did North start with? North started with 6 points in clubs, 7 in diamond is 13, 5 in hearts is 18. So we could have the king of spades instead of the queen. Absolutely. That would give him 21 rather than 20, which would also have generated the same auction. So it is going to be a little tough for East to find that low spade.
Yeah, although I guess if Declare has made it very clear, like, we now know when Declare wins the ace of diamonds here, he hasn't just stranded the queen of diamonds. So Declare does, you can count Declare for the ace of clubs, we don't know about the queen of clubs either as East, right?
No, but even if we give it to Declare, the point is there's room for him to have the king of spades instead of the queen, and then leading a low spade from East would just concede that trick for no.
Yeah, but I think my point was going to be that North would have 9 tricks if they have the club queen, but if North doesn't have the club queen, they don't have 9 tricks. So yeah, East might actually.
So what would his ninth tricks be though? Right, he would have. Oh, I see, because the heart would then be set up as
yeah.
Right. So 2 hearts and 4 diamonds is 7 and 3 clubs. Yeah.
Right, so East will have a decision to make if Declare does go ace of hearts heart right now. The only alternative, though, is to cross to the queen of diamonds and lead a club to the 9. Or we could bang down the ace queen of clubs, right? That 10 of clubs could have been.
Well, I think though, reverting to the earlier plan, like now that he's lost that 10 of hearts, he knows he has no legitimate chance to make it other than the club.
Well, the jack 10 of clubs could fall.
Well, jack 10 of clubs dropping.
And that seems much more likely to me.
Yeah, agreed. Particularly against an expert, he's like playing in the club game. Maybe they just don't think of dropping the 10 there. You take the finesse, but playing against an expert, I don't think that I think North has to know that that holdings in his range.
Yeah, I mean, it's still somewhat attractive to go ace of hearts heart because, as mentioned, the spade suit could block. Flip the jack of spades to West's hand, and now ace of hearts heart does make the contract, whereas banging down the ace queen of clubs would not. But Hurd is thinking through it again. He has been at the helm of so many of these rather delicate game contracts.
And one thing that Hurd has sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. One thing that Hurd has to be worried about also is you might lose 4 spade tricks because we can see that East has led from this 3-card diamond suit and has 5 spades. But Hurd has to be worried that East, this jack of diamonds could be a true card from Jack Doubleton, and East might have started with, let's say, 3 spades and 4 diamonds and whatever else, and they can drop the queen of spades and then lead one through to West's hypothetical 4-card suit.
Yeah, definitely.
Obviously very reasonable for East not to lead a spade into a strong no trump, but here it's going to probably give Hurd at least, some false pictures of possibilities of what East-West hold.
Yeah, I mean,
this is always tough, right? I usually just lead my 5-card suit here, but, it's obviously high risk, high reward. The diamond is much safer.
Now that I'm thinking about it, so Hurd knows that the diamond is from 3 small. Okay, he does go ace of clubs. I was going to make an argument for taking the club finesse. Because I think if East had Jack 10 third of clubs and 3 small diamonds, he might have preferred a club opening lead.
Oh, he would have led. You're right.
So...
yeah, that's a very good point, too. But I think he doesn't know that the lead was from 3 diamonds, right? It could have been from 4 small.
Yeah, I mean, didn't East lead middle?
Yeah, but isn't second highest kind of... I'm not sure, and I'm not sure what this pair does, obviously, but yeah, it's possible that was his thinking, that whatever spot was led would have, possibly was consistent with the 4-card holding.
He could have found out. I mean, he could have cashed 2 more diamonds if he wanted.
Yeah, we have a Kibitzer pointing out that, all of a sudden, North's entry position to his hand is not great, which maybe was an argument for deferring the clubs. I think he just still have, a hard entry, but, he only has 1 guaranteed entry back to his hand now and still needs to set up an 8th trick or 9th trick somewhere. Now when he sets up his heart, it's stranded unless the defense stepping stone him.
Yeah, I mean, although flip the king and jack of spades and declare could go queen of clubs heart and score the last trick. But that is not the case here.
Yeah, so it's going to be 10 imps to the Hans team. Now only stuck 1 in the match.
Yeah, still not over yet. East could play the ace of spades here, but if he does get out a low spade, then... the defense will take 3 more tricks from this spot.
That's true.
Yeah, ace of spades.
Well, he can just exit a heart. Oh, no, he can't exit a heart. They need those 3 tricks, you're right.
All right, so lots of tension.
I think anything other than a low spade is a give up. North could even have king, queen, third of spades here. And partner could have the queen of clubs, and then a low spade is just...
yeah, also note Edgton's jack of clubs discard. This has made things very clear to East. He now knows North has the queen of clubs. He knows North has the 9 of hearts. So... and he also knows the distribution for the most part. It is possible that North has 2 clubs remaining, in which case he might hold on to singleton king of spades.
Yeah, although that would make the jack of clubs play pretty strange.
Yeah, I think the jack of clubs, in addition to just conveying all of the high card information on the board, is trying to suggest a spade card to East. Yeah,
so I think Wibbly just, wants to reconstruct what's going on as accurately as possible because he knows this is a tentative decision. So this may be a bit of a moment here.
And there it is. Load spade. Well done.
Yeah, very well done.
Yeah, I think overall very rewarded for the opening lead decision and then just good defense throughout.
Yeah, and I think after the slight slip up a few boards ago, he's going to be very happy to have earned his side 10 imps here.
So match is back to being very close. Only 1 imp separates the 2 teams. We have 3 boards to play in this set. And this is the 3rd hand that Herd has just picked up 8 solid. I guess it's 7 solid. It looked like 8 to me.
Yeah. And I think you and I had both, we did our pre-tournament handicapping. You and I both thought that the Hans team was one that was likely to outperform its initial seed, and I think we're seeing that here. Playing one of the best teams in the world to a tie, and giving them a lot to think about in both the bidding and the play.
Okay, well, we're not going to see a push board on this one, as we often don't with some of these pairs. 4 spades doubled could be the final contract.
Yeah, and once again, we've seen Edgerton make some of these light balancing 4-level calls, and I like it here. I think, especially white-red, where you have a spade void, so you have a lot of safety, and are really often going to have a good save.
Yeah. Now, one thing that East
here East is stuck, but I like this reopening bid by Edgerton.
Yeah. So I mean, East has a couple of kings, which could act as defensive values. And the thing that's a little scary from his perspective is he doesn't have a natural spade trick. The 9-8-5 is not quite good enough.
Yeah, but he has a singleton to lead, and a suit partner has implied strength.
Yeah. So anyway, he does make what I can't tell if it's the right decision or not, but he has pulled the double. 4 spades was making. The declare just has 10 top tricks.
Yeah. Yeah, 7 spades, ace, king, ace is an easy 590.
790 even.
South is certainly going to double this. 790. So South is certainly going to double this, and how are they going to do?
Might depend on the opening lead. Because a spade lead... Well...
And is there any chance that the opening lead is a spade, but East-West win the trick?
Well, yes, because they'll probably rough.
Oh, that too. Yeah, I was going to say though. Might North try a low spade to try to get a diamond
I see.
rough?
That seems unlikely. Well, we do get the king of spades on the table, so this
a lot of work to do here. So, I mean, do you just start? I think you're definitely going to play a red suited trick too, but it's not clear to me which one you want to be playing.
Yeah, I mean, I would certainly play...
Probably a hard and just try to cross-rough as many tricks as possible and give up.
I think I would play a diamond. I mean, maybe on similar reasoning, but I want to get my diamond trick in if I can.
Bank 1 trick, yeah. I think that's the alternative. You're not playing on diamonds to set up the suit. You're playing on diamonds to make sure you get a diamond trick.
I mean, diamonds are either 3-2 or 5-0, right?
Yeah, and by the way, as it is often the case in hands like this, despite it giving up a trump trick, I think if North had let it trump, that was his side's best start.
Yeah, obviously North doesn't know that the opponents are only in an 8-card fed. So
right.
Leading a spade seems to make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Well, how many tricks is Declare going to end up taking? You rough the opening lead. I'm just going to posit that Declare leads a diamond. I don't know if that's what he'll do. But if you lead a diamond, South can win. And South might, at this point, think that he should be giving partner diamond roughs. So he might return a diamond, North roughs. Heart goes back. Another diamond, North roughs. That would be 4 defensive tricks.
Yeah, and they'll obviously get a. Yeah, but at that point, Declare's diamonds are close to ready to go.
I think actually South still has all the high diamonds, but yeah, North can return a club.
Then Declare can take at least 6 club tricks and 1 diamond for sure, because he'll have the queen left, so no fewer than 7. Does he have an 8th trick somewhere?
It's possible South could
Yeah, he
get
might be like
endplayed.
given
I
the.
mean,
Yeah, South might just get stuck into giving West
Yeah.
a Herc. Yeah, so 7 or 8. If it's 7, it's 5 imps to Levine. If it's 8, it'll be 3 imps to Hans.
so ultimately not a large swing on the
For,
board,
for
but there will be a swing one way or another.
Yeah, and in fact, even 790 would have been 5 imps to Levine. So, if he goes for 800, he's, well, I guess, right, because 800 and 790 are effectively the same. Excuse me. So,
Is the other table finished?
What happens if he does
The other
just-
table is finished.
wow. Yeah, and this table all of a sudden is behind, but not terribly. We're now at the 2-hour mark with 2 boards to go. So if they go over, it'll be by just a couple of minutes.
All right, we have liftoff. Edgerton has played to trick 1, has ruffed the king of spades, does go after diamonds. I think that seems like the most reasonable plan to me.
Yeah, so North, I would guess, is probably going to pitch a heart here, but we'll see.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
I think this play is suspicious enough that he has to know between the double and the play doesn't make sense otherwise that South has
Yeah,
the ace of
okay.
diamonds. I think just a spade instead.
Yeah, also quite reasonable. Okay, so South is now ruffed, and South now has full information about the entire deal. He needs to decide if he's going to start giving partner diamond ruffs or if he's going to just try and pull trumps. And I was imagining giving partner diamond ruffs makes sense. So like he can lead the jack of diamonds here, and this effectively prevents West from getting a diamond trick.
Yeah, well, he can also lead a low diamond, get in with the ace of hearts, and lead the jack at that point.
Yeah, although the worry there is Declare ducks and doesn't play the queen.
Right. Yeah, I think the diamond ruff plan seems better to me because with the West hand concealed, for all he knows, the West hand has, a 5th club, just more strength generally. Like, give him ace queen, 4th or 5th of clubs, which would be at least as consistent with the bidding as the actual holding, and you really want to make sure a partner gets those
I
ruffs.
don't think West has 5 clubs because West balanced with double rather than 4-no. Or 5 clubs for that matter.
Well, and I guess if he has 5 clubs, he would have to be 0-3-5-5, and then partner would have 4 spades, which is possible, but I guess you're right. But he might have doubled with a void in case partner had strong enough space to pass, right? 4-no is much more committal.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Hard to know. But I think, all these I think are like in the range of hands West might hold. He does just play trump.
Yeah, this seems reasonable to me. I mean, he knows that West is not getting a ton of diamond tricks. It is, of course, true
Right.
that West could, or that Declare could pull trumps and then duck lead the 10 of diamonds covered and ducked, and he'll score 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess true, though. From South's point of view, any diamond in North's ruff is a potential natural. Yeah, so kind of interesting. I guess, do you run it to the jack and lead a heart now? Like, what?
Well,
What's your plan?
yeah, I mean,
as
Declare
Declare?
has some interesting options here. So if he pulls 3 trumps and leads a heart, South is getting in real trouble because the spade suit gets stranded in North's hand. South can never play spades, and South is just getting repeatedly end played into leading red suits for declare.
Yeah, you can draw 3 rounds of trumps and just lead a diamond to the 10, planning to use that fourth club as an entry for diamond finesse.
Yeah, I mean, a ton of possibilities here. Well, it does look pretty natural to me, though, to pull trumps at this point, now that you've seen the diamond suit go 5-0.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you wish you had slightly stronger diamond spots, and then you could almost draw trumps and claim.
Yeah, I think we're a bit far off from the draw trumps and claim.
No, you'd still be down 1, but if you switch like the 7 and 5 of diamonds, that would just be a fairly quiet down 1 and a huge result, right?
Looks like down 2 to me, but maybe you're right. I think you lose a couple spades at the end.
Yeah, maybe it is.
But yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's true. You still, you would run the diamonds, but still be a trick short. I think you might be able to win the jack of clubs, ruff a spade, ace of clubs, diamond to the 10, and hope for the best.
Now, it's possible that Declare is thinking about continuing to ruff spades in West's hand. I mean, obviously that's one way to score a few extra tricks.
Mm-hmm.
Part of the difficulty now is, as you had mentioned, if he had just let a heart at trick 2 to set up some sort of cross ruff, then sure, he could now win the club switch, ruff a spade, ruff a heart, ruff a spade, ruff a heart, and claim, however many tricks he gets on that plan. But now that he hasn't established entries to his hand, even if he wins the jack of clubs and ruffs a spade, he doesn't have entries back to the east hand to take more spade ruffs.
Mm-hmm.
So this is kind of why it feels more natural to me to pull trumps and hope South has the ace-king of hearts.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if he's thinking about playing, run the club, ruff a spade, cash the ace of clubs, and lead a diamond now, although that's really playing South for both hearts. But I guess...
Well, no, it's even worse there, because North will ruff in, and now dummy's out of trumps. And North just then runs 4 spade tricks.
West is not dummy.
Yes. East... West is out of trumps. So North just gets to win the 3rd club and then cash a bunch of spades.
Right. Yeah, good point.
So I think Declare has a couple of options. One is...
You can win the jack, ruff a spade, and play a diamond without cashing the ace of clubs.
Yeah. I believe the 2 main lines of play that I would be thinking about are pull 3 trumps now and then lead a heart, I guess. Or lead the 10 of diamonds. I mean, I don't know. It probably doesn't matter which you do.
Yeah, again, you've got the same problem, though. If North can ever win a trick, he can run 4 spades.
Yeah, my thinking is once North has turned up with the ace, king, queen, jack of spades and the queen of clubs, maybe they don't need to have one of the heart honors.
Yeah.
But we'll see what Declare elects to do. The 9 of clubs getting covered is going to give him... Or the 10 of clubs getting covered is going to give him a couple of extra possibilities here. If North had not covered the 10 of clubs with the queen, then it's a little more risky to start roughing spades. You might end up losing the club trick per force.
Right. He might just try a heart here. Yeah.
Yeah, this was the other alternative to pulling trumps. I think you just play a heart immediately. South has to win.
Yeah, now you'll just get a heart on power, but eventually.
Okay, so we should see... I mean, I expect to now see another club. Again, I don't believe it necessarily helps South to give partner a diamond ruff, although things have changed a little bit. The landscape of the hand is a bit different.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a diamond ruff is certainly more attractive now than it was 2 tricks ago. For one thing, it now guarantees a plus score, which is always nice. Oh, I guess it did before, too. So, I think a diamond and a trump are going to work out about the same, right?
Well, on a trump return, declare can then pull 2 trumps and lead the 10 of diamonds ducking. Okay, well, I guess we're about to see what declare wants to do.
Yeah.
Because I think, again, he has a couple of possibilities. The fact that, as you had mentioned, North didn't throw a heart on that first round of diamonds means declare actually can set up a heart trick. So we can win the ace of clubs here and just leave the queen of hearts pitching a spade. That's a pretty attractive plan at this point.
Mm-hmm.
That the 6 of clubs is in fact high, so we can unblock the 7 of clubs under the ace.
Yeah, it's an extra entry that we certainly were not able to count on previously. All right, I need to let a whining cat into this room. Give me one moment.
Everyone can hear it. All right, ace of clubs. We were talking a little bit earlier about how to kind of maintain flexibility in the trump suit, and playing the 5 of clubs was not the way to do it. Although I don't think it's going to matter. Oh.
Yeah, not a ton. He does play a diamond rather than a heart, as you had predicted.
This was not what I predicted. I expected the queen of hearts to come out to pitch a spade loser.
Yeah, I'm not sure anything is really going to matter here.
Well,
though, right?
This now looks like a potential disaster for declare, because North will now tap declare with a spade.
Oh, I see. So
I guess it's not so bad. Declare.
Yeah, I think South is still just going to end up, declare now plays Jack of Hearts, Ruff of Heart, leaves the 10 of Diamonds, and...
Yeah. Yep. So down 3, which...
Or more quickly this way, yeah, which is what it was the whole time.
So 500 means it's going to be a 3-imp swing going the way of Hans, who has now retaken the lead in this set, 25-23, and 2 imps ahead in the match overall. They're going to be happy about that if it remains this way going into the dinner break. Okay.
So this looks like a likely push. I think 4 spades is an oral contract to get to, and there's not much to the play here.
Right. Yeah, despite the 4-1 trump split, it's very natural for declare to cash the ace-king of spades, and then we'll take the marked finesse.
Yeah, even if the defense starts by tapping, declare after casting their ace-king of hearts, doesn't even matter. So, yeah, 2 hearts showing a good spade raise after the double, and we'll see whether East involves West in the decision or just last a game with his 5-5. Just last.
Yep. So 4 spades, and I mean maybe some potential for a swing if South plays ace of clubs, king of clubs. Declare can score an extra trick, but very likely that North will be able to show some sort of discouraging signal here on the club king. Yeah,
or count possibly if North South play an ace king, to request different signals.
Okay, maybe the flattest board of the set. I mean, we've had a lot of excitement on basically every hand. I know we see a lot more pushes in this segment than we did in the previous one, but some of these pushes could have been massive double-digit swings going one way or another due to a little bit of different defense or declare play on some of these deals.
Yeah, there's certainly been lots of opportunities in this set. Yeah, so South now has to decide whether there's any reason to try to play his partner for shorter clubs than he actually has and try to beat the contract that way. All right, let me put this little monster out of the room. Yeah, so I'm curious what that two of clubs is about.
They might be playing standard count. Let's see. Did I actually pull up their card? I did.
Oh, you know what? I have it up also. Forgot that. It's been so long.
Okay, push board. Very fast push. Last board of the set.
This says they're playing upside down count. Yeah, the card does say they're playing both upside down counts and attitude. Well, obviously, South knew his partner didn't have short clubs when he when he switched.
Okay, maybe. I mean, this is an action that could have been duplicated in the other room. I'm just going to take a look. Yes, Mexstroth did get to open a multi 2 diamonds with his weak spade suit over there in the east.
Yeah, and I think in some styles, West might have considered raising to game, but I think the way this pair opens week twos, he's not going to be tempted. No, do you know if this pair plays 2 ranges of week twos? Do they have a multi for other things, or is there 2 diamond bids something else?
I don't think so, but let me take a quick look at their card. They just play everything as weak: 2 hearts, 2 spades, and 2 diamonds.
But they play week twos in all 3 suits. A little unusual, I would suspect. I would imagine that most pairs from that part of the world are multi-pairs.
I think they just open at the 1 level if they have an intermediate hand.
Yeah, fair.
Okay, well, we are going to see a swing once again. So, not necessarily a super light takeout double from South. He does have 4 hearts.
Well, I think West is going to take a shot at this, right?
But yes, North may be expecting his partner to have a little bit more in the way of values for his 2-level takeout double. And West does go after 3 no trump.
So, how bad is this? So Declare has a spade and 3 hearts, because you can cut East off, and you set up the diamonds. You don't have to play on clubs. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, he's not. I don't think he's going to make it, but it's not a catastrophe.
Yep. It's still going to be a swing to Hans, who's going plus in both rooms. At least we would expect.
Yeah, like if it starts spade, East can now shift to a club to make sure West gets his 2 club tricks. But the defense, they're going plus, but they're not getting super wealthy.
My wager would be on down 2, but
yeah, it's kind of how it feels to me too. Although I'm not even sure what the defense's 7th trick is supposed to be.
6th trick, you mean? Yeah.
Or 6th trick, rather.
I mean,
because if they switch to clubs, you don't need to give West the 10 of diamonds. And if they don't, then you can set up the diamonds.
Yeah, I wonder if Declare is going to have some difficulties wherein if he goes after setting up hearts, he might get locked in the South end to start leading away from his honors.
Yeah, so let's say it starts spade. So you win. I guess you probably play the Queen of Diamonds immediately. I don't know. It's it's a little scary because you really need to make sure that he's never got.
Yeah, well, another issue is North has to decide what to discard on the 2nd and 3rd spade. I mean, from South's hand. Mm-hmm. So, okay, we get a heart lead, which hasn't really cost yet.
Yeah, so if you're West, you win and put a low spade on the table. That seems kind of attractive.
Yeah, I think that makes sense to me.
Like, this opening lead is consistent with East having some, stronger spade holding that he didn't want to blow up. I think that's also, ducking it and just letting Declare do his own work is kind of attractive.
Yeah,
too.
I mean,
you can see that.
Right, as West, you can see that if the 9 of hearts holds, Declare isn't going to do well by leading a low diamond. But that's what he goes with, so diamond to the queen and king. And now what do we do as East? Okay, he now switches to spades.
Yeah, so I think West will put a second spade on the table pretty fast.
Yep, there it is. So spade to the jack and queen.
Yeah, so now a club will certainly be down to immediately.
I kind of expect East to switch to clubs. I mean, for one thing, Declare has to make a discard from dummy, and that's going to be a little bit telling.
Yeah, I do wonder if there's any possibility that, given the opportunity, Declare will lose a second diamond trick. I don't think so, because he might pick up 10 Doubleton as well as the actual 3-3 split, but it's one more thing that Declare has to be thinking about.
Yeah, it seems somewhat unlikely that East would have a side 4-card diamond suit. I mean, it's possible.
Yeah. Right, because if it's King 10 third, you might as well just bang down the ace and jack. And possibly by the time it comes to make that decision, he'll know East shape in the round suits. But yeah, as you say, Declare has to find 2 discards because he knows another spade's about to hit the table.
I mean, my money is on a club pitch here, and then I think East is going to have no problem switching to a club.
Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I think one club pitch is easy, but I think he was thinking about, what second thing to play if East did play.
Well, he goes with the diamond discard, so this is going to make East a lot less afraid of switching to clubs. Now he knows that just passively continuing spades or even exiting diamonds is completely safe.
Mm-hmm. Well, he has to be a little worried that Declare has stronger clubs, right?
Sure, but then your side has no tricks. I mean, he can exit a heart, right? Like, I don't know what we're advocating for if partner doesn't have the ace queen of clubs, doesn't have the queen of diamonds.
Right.
But yes.
Then he also didn't have much of a double.
Yeah, but I think now as East, we're a lot more comfortable just playing a passive waiting game and let Declare do his own thing. Mm-hmm. That Declare doesn't seem to be doing a good job of guessing the hand already. We know that. So.
Yeah, it's true though. It doesn't look like there's there's much hope for Declare to take another trick after that diamond pitch.
So if this is 300, that's going to be 350 and 8 imps, if I'm right. Going the way of Hans.
Yep, so I don't... Yeah, to take a 10 imp lead in the match going into the halftime break.
They're going to be happy about that, especially given that that Levine was sitting out the set.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always nice to pick up imps when you're facing the opponent's front four instead of the sponsor pair.
All right. I am going to take a quick look at the scoreboard in the other matches. I imagine most of them have concluded while we wait for East to find an exit here from his hand. Leibowitz still maintains quite a large lead over Freeman. They're up by 36. Nadenbelt has once again fallen behind by a substantial amount, but we did see a large comeback from them yesterday, where Braymark is currently leading in that match, but anything could happen. Fleischer has dropped a little bit against Wademark, but they still maintain a 17-imp lead. We're currently watching Hans against Levine, so we know the result of that one. Zimmerman has gotten off to a pretty nice start. They're ahead by 28 over Goldberg. Street is up 20 over Bernal. Goodman is leading Hahn by 33. And Moyles actually claims the largest victory. No, I guess Braymark has the largest victory, being ahead by 44. But Moyles is ahead by 37 over Juster.
Yeah. And I think they had the biggest quarter because they were stuck 13 going in, so they picked up a full 50 imps to
Yeah.
take the lead.
But that's where we stand. And Wiggly was not paying any attention to this, so still in the tank. He does exit a heart. This feels like
Yeah, 100%, 100%
a
safe.
reasonable
So.
thing to do. West still doing his best to kind of cut communication between Declare's hand a little bit.
Yeah, so maybe try the Jack of Clubs now and hope to pick up like a Queen 9 double tin in East or something.
Or just Queen Doubleton, Queen Small. You can hook West for the
Right.
9 of clubs if necessary later, but this is all very tenuous now.
Yeah, and from North's point of view, he can't count on any further entries to his hand, given that he can't catch the King of Spades and the Ace of Hearts has not yet been played.
Okay, he does lead the Jack of Clubs,
Yeah,
which seems very reasonable.
Yeah.
So West wins the Queen, cashes the Club Ace, and now cashes the Heart Ace, and we will see a claim. I don't believe that South forgot to unblock the Club King, but this will be a claim fairly shortly.
Well, it doesn't even matter, right? If West leads a diamond, the 9 of diamonds is the winner, and if West leads anything else, oh, I see, he can exit with a club and possibly get the 10 of diamonds back.
But 8 amps to Hans, so that is going to wrap up our coverage of the second quarter of play. And Craig, I will see you after the break.
Yeah, thank you very much to everyone who is watching. We'll see you in about an hour.
All right, chat. I am going to go pick up some food. So thank you all. Let me make sure I get things reorganized for when I do come back. I will probably be back again in... Oh no, I've forgotten to pull up the little thing to hide chat. Fortunately, no one was messaging me, and apparently everyone was messaging Craig. I know that he was really annoyed about that yesterday. So I'm glad that he got a little bit of love from the spectators on BBO. But anyway, thanks everyone for tuning in. Yes, I am going to get my lunch, which hopefully is ready. I think they gave me a time of 20 minutes from now is when I can actually pick it up. But I'm just gonna walk over there and demand that they hand me food. We'll see if this is successful. I will be back in a little bit. But yes, we'll be starting up again in about 50 minutes. And thanks for hanging out.